Welcome, sir.
Sir.
How is the
Good
weather?
morning.
How is the weather in Sikkim? Looks like to be very cold.
Yes, it's very cold out here.
Okay. Your internet connection is okay? I hope you checked up.
Connection is okay, but your voice is little bit breaking.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh.
The connection is okay.
Connection is okay. So what you think at your university something happening? Very nice to see you
Your
back.
voice is breaking, sir.
Oh, is it?
Ah,
Let's see. Let's see.
is it the problem at my end, or is it?
No, your voice is also little breaking. That's why I asked you whether your internet connection is okay. The audience can, the participant can also give the feedback. You are audible.
Sorry. Srivastava sir, your voice is very clear. Murari sir's voice is not clear, sir. It is breaking, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Murari sir, देखिए जरा.
My voice is distorting, or is it? Okay, so let me rejoin again. Then shall I try rejoining?
You can try.
Okay.
Still,
I'll try rejoining.
Still you have 5 minutes, so that's why I talk to you.
Okay. Let me try to rejoin.
Yeah. Recon committee, please admit him fast. Yeah. Yeah. I think you have joined from the mobile. Dr. Murari, are you there, sir? Yes, you are there. Yeah.
Audible now?
You are audible, but your voice is breaking, but still you can continue, sir. I think we'll start at least your PPT will be visible. Just see whether you can upload the PPT. Can we please just help? Yeah.
Voice is distorting actually. I can hear you, but the voice is distorting.
Yeah, your voice is
Voice is also distorting. So just a moment.
Hello, Dr. Murari. Yeah. uh, Actually, we are able to only see you, but we are not. You know. Since it is already 10, let me, good morning to all of you, sir. And let me introduce Dr. Murari till he gets streamline his connectivity in Sikkim. Dr. Murari is the head of the Department of Management in Sikkim, Central University of Sikkim. And he has come last time also to our program, which was very well appreciated. So he's he was supposed to take other days, but since he was in Delhi, then from Delhi he has to go back. So he has to request it. Our other second faculty is already there in the, is already logged in. So there is not an issue. He'll be talking to you on the first day. He's talking about Dr. Murari is talking about the social media, and the same connectivity will be carried forward by the next speaker. So he'll be using the sprinkler software to carry forward the analysis on sentiments and other activities through social media, Twitters and all. Today, the whole program is at 10 to 11:30, the first program, which will be by Dr. Murari. Then followed by, Dr. Suraj. He is a consultant, social media consultant, and he has written a book on social media, on disruption of brands. He'll be talking to you after 11:30. In case there is any issue, then I will request him to take the session, and then I can make Murari to talk last. He will be Dr. Suraj. Mr. Suraj will be taking from 11:30 to 2:30 or 2:45, depending upon how soon he finishes. Then there will be validatory sessions for 15 minutes. That we'll just summarize what we learned, what are your suggestions, and I'll be giving you what we have learned. What I have learned. And then from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, there's a test which you have to appear for the test, and no extension will be given as per this. There are only 30 questions. Normally it is 30 questions, mean 13 objective question means 30 minutes, but we have given 1 hour. Please don't give any excuse that there was no internet connectivity. You can log in through the hotspot, or you can log in through the mobile. Some of you have logged in through the mobile also. So make sure that you appear for the test, because if you don't get 60% of the marks, the certificate issued by the AICT will not be there. It will help you, but at the same time, make sure that you appear for the test, and the test will not be conducted after 4 o'clock. This is as per the guideline given by the AICT. The AICT, will also expect you to, give the feedback final feedback at AICT ATAL website. So once we give the, we will be uploading your attendance sheet by today night, and by tomorrow morning, when you must log in to ATAL website, those who are registered. And if you don't give feedback, the ATAL AICT will not give you the certificate. Those who are looking for certificate. Those who are not looking for certificate, that is up to you. But those who want certificate, they have to log in, and don't blame us. Right? If you're not logging in, not giving the feedback, you will not get certificates from AICT. So you have to log in, give feedback to AICT, and then only you will get the, and the test timing will be 3 to 4. So don't worry, it's 3 to 4. Normally it is half an hour, but we thought that will give you more time. And make sure that you appear for the test. That is the criteria number 1 to get a certificate, those who are looking for certificate. Number 2, again, let me repeat, because in spite of mentioning again and again, you will send the message, please, with humble request, please upload your feedback today evening or tomorrow at least. You must upload the feedback in case you are interested in certificate. Don't tell me that, you have not uploaded and then you are asking for certificate. We have got no say in the matter. That is the important. And the certificate can be downloaded directly from the ATAL website. We have got no connection, no role. It is the ATAL website, the IT department of AICT will prepare your certificate, and you can download it directly. Yeah, welcome, sir. You can start, sir. Yeah. Yeah, you are audible. You can start at least.
I think that
Yeah, still there is a problem, but you can start the PPT, sir. No issues.
yes, sure.
Yeah, this is visible, sir. Case study research, yes. Your PPT is visible, sir.
PPT is visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible.
Sir. Okay. I'm sorry that there may be some voice problem. Anyway, let us continue with our topic. I am thankful to Professor Srivastava for giving me the opportunity to interact with you all and share my views on case study research. Basically, let us understand where we are today and what we have already learned. Where we will be moving ahead. So I hope today is the last day for this workshop, and you have learned many things related to the research or advancement in the research. So you must be understood. You must be knowing that what is research, and what are the various research approaches, quantitative.
He muted himself.
No, I'm not muted. I think there are some issues at his level. Let me speak to him. Sir, you have got multiple connection, so your voice is not audible. So do you want me to request the other faculty to start and then you join at 11:30 to work? No, I leave it to you.
Shall I restart my system? I think the problem will be resolved. Just give me 5 minutes more. Huh? I have not used the mobile phone. Let me restart the system, sir. Okay. And just give me 5 minutes more.
We never had this problem earlier. Last time when he spoke from Sikkim, there were no issues. I hope Mr. Suraj is there. Yeah, thank you, sir.
I hope I'm audible.
Yeah. He said he will need 5 minutes. So meanwhile, you can just describe your course outline. I mean, say yours, what you're going to cover. Let me introduce Mr. Suraj. Till Dr. Murari comes, I hope you don't mind, sir. For
No problem, sir. No problem. No problem.
I'm requesting you to, let me introduce Mr. Suraj. Mr. Suraj is an industry person, and he has written. He is a consulting. He does a lot of consulting work in social media, and he will give you the practical usage of analyzing different analysis like sentiment or Twitter, and he'll be using a new software called Sprinkler, which is an industry-based software. So if you can just give a brief outline till he joins in, Dr. Suraj, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I have to take your help so that audience should not feel restless.
No, that's okay. So that's absolutely fine. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Srivastava sir, for giving me this opportunity to be here. I've also had the chance to attend some of the sessions earlier, and I've been generally following the program, the FDP program, very intense, and in terms of focusing on the qualitative aspects of research. I've been an industry practitioner and less of academic and more in terms of from an industry standpoint. These are challenging times for marketers, brands at large, where consumers are having their voice. If you look at the world before, messages used to be broadcast by brands using television or print, and if at all a consumer has a point of view, they used to share it through maybe a mail or a phone call to the brands, and which was far and few. Word of mouth has always been there, but the way the word of mouth exists is not in is completely, there is no way in which a brand can control that. But word of mouth is the greatest compliment a brand can get, and it's actually the consumer moment of truth. When the consumer responds to a campaign or the actual product that he uses, and what he shares with another person, when he recommends it or when he rejects it, that's the moment of truth which has been there, and which has been the holy grail for all marketers forever. But with the advent of digital and especially social media, the communication from the consumer to brands or consumer to consumers has become far more scalable at a massive scale that is happening. And therefore, there are numerous opportunities and challenges that are there for brands. And with that happening, if there is a way in which we can understand what is happening, what they are discussing, even from a research perspective, there are there is a great opportunity from even a research perspective to understand how that is shaping, how that is going to impact the brand or the theme or the category as such. So that is kind of, and what I would like to kind of throw light upon is how brands are today using, and how this particular platform Sprinkler, which uses artificial intelligence to be able to cull this data at scale, and how how we can use that to understand whether it is sentiment, whether it is insights or themes, how the narrative is developing. So that's going to be the my objective as we will be doing the deep dive into Sprinkler. And of course, we will have your questions, how this can be. The academic point of view, from an academic standpoint, I think some of the earlier sessions, especially Dr. Srivastava's session on qualitative research has covered it. So I won't really be deep diving into that part. But my part will be more from a industry standpoint, from a brand marketer standpoint, how this is being utilized. So that's going to be the outline of my session. Dr. Srivastava? Yeah. I mean, there are numerous other tools also which are there, not just Sprinkler. There are many other tools, but I thought it'll be, we've used many tools, and one of the tools that I currently have access to is Sprinkler. So where I can share the demo with you, or show you some of the actual working on the tool. It's a cloud-based tool. That's why we chose Sprinkler. And more about it, I think when the session, when I start the session, I think I'll be able to take it through in a structured manner without giving away too much of the details, in this introduction.
You can give some about some books, what you have written, some how the some your experience about application of software in understanding the sentiment without opening a PPT. You can just share. Meanwhile, I'll just follow up with the other. I will request him to take the next session because we cannot afford to wait for a long time.
Yeah, sure, sir. So I'll talk about my book, which is The Indestructible Brand: Crisis Management in the Age of Social Media. This was published by Sage in 2017 and became one of the best sellers in the category. It talks about, today crisis is just a tweet away. One tweet and it can result into a
Hello,
catastrophic
you are
crisis.
able to resolve, or can we keep it at 11:30 to 1? So that you can resolve, you have enough time, there's no pressure. Huh? Is the problem resolved? So can you just, log in again? You're you are just briefing about his next program, because we have to engage this one. So he will. You can log in. You can just come in. I'll just request the recall committee to focus on it. Thank you. Yeah.
So I'll wait for the speaker to take over now. Yeah.
Yeah. You can log on. You can go.
Am I audible, sir? No?
Yeah. Yes. Sneha, please take over. Tanvi, who's there, please allow Dr. Murari has already logged in. Please.
Am I audible, sir, now?
Yeah, you are audible. Sir. Yeah.
Now voice is clear also?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Fine, sir.
The PPT is visible, sir. You can start with this, no issue, sir.
Okay, sir. Sorry for inconvenience. Actually, there was a little bit problem, and that problem has been resolved. I hope that voice is now clear and that is not distorting.
That is better, yeah.
Okay. So now let me start the presentation. Case study research. Now we need to understand today that where we are. So I have already talked about that. You must have understood by now that what is research and what are the various research approaches which can be used to conduct the research, quantitative as well as qualitative research approaches. Also inductive as well as deductive methods of conducting the research. The various research designs might have been explored by the other resource persons. The various research methods for using, the data collection for the sake of data collection, experiment method, survey, observation, interviews, focus group, even literature review. Then case study is also one of the method of conducting the research. So our focus today in this session would be on the case study. But let us understand that where these methods are applicable and in which circumstances. So when we can use these research methods, one is like, experiment research method can be used when you have collected you want to collect the data from the primary sources, and your approach is quantitative in nature. And we want to test the cause and effect relationship. We use generally the experiment method. Survey also, when you collect the data through primary mode, and the quantitative approach is there. You want to understand the journal characteristics of the population. We use the survey method for the data collection, survey method. Okay, interview and focus group is again, in case of the qualitative research designs, we use the interview and focus group discussions, gain more in-depth understanding about a particular topic. Similarly, observation method can also be used when you have either qualitative or quantitative research approach, but you want to understand how something occurs in the natural settings or natural environment, right? Literature review, the source is the secondary, but you can use the qualitative approach as well as quantitative approach to locate your research in existing body of knowledge, and you want to evaluate the trends for a period of time, what has been already discussed, what has already been done by the other researchers with reference to a particular research topic. do we carry out a systematic literature review or other various other forms of literature reviews to find out that what and how much seminal work has already been done in the existing body of knowledge, right? Then comes the case study research, which can be used either you are using the primary data source of data collection or the secondary source of data collection. And whether you are using a qualitative approach or quantitative approach, doesn't matter. In both the cases, you can use the case study research. But the focus of the case study research is to gain an in-depth understanding about a specific group or a context, or when you do not have the sufficient resources for conducting a large study. So many times, when the generalization is of your primary focus, okay, you collect the data from the population in terms of sample, and that sample has to be representative one. So what happens is sometimes you may not be having sufficient resources for conducting a large study, right? In that case, you may go for the case study research, and you can develop an in-depth understanding about a specific group or a context or any situation, right? So the case study researches are mostly popular in the social science researches, whereas the experiment method, survey, interview, observation, and literature review, they are also used in social science research. But more frequently, the case study researches are used in social science researches. So there is a very good book written by in case study research and its application by Sage Publication. This is a helpful book. I'll share this book with Professor Srivastava so that he can share with you all later on for the reference. Now let us understand what is a case. A case can be any individual, can be a group, or can be a role also, organization, a community, or even a nation, for which we want to develop an in-depth understanding about the characteristics and about a particular social phenomena, that how it is happening. So our focus is on individual context, in the context itself. For example, remote town which is affected by the earthquake, so the town or that particular area becomes the case, right? Another example, refugee group resulting from the political unrest in Afghanistan, the recent case. So the group of refugees can become a case. Leadership styles and the economic growth, when your area of concern is that you want to examine and or you want to develop in-depth understanding about the various leadership styles and then economic growth of the country, various countries. So leader of the nation here becomes the case, right? So these are some examples of the case, that what can be the case. So briefly summarizing, a case can be an individual, or it can be a group, can be a specific organization, can be a community, or it can be a nation even. So where we want to focus more, that is our case, right? Now let us understand what is case study research, what it is. So case study is a detailed study, as I already said, that about the specific subject, such as a person, group, place, event, organization, or phenomena. Case study can be the case can be even the events. The event, a specific event, can also be a case. These are commonly used in social, educational, and clinical and business research. And research design usually involve qualitative methods. It doesn't mean that quantitative methods cannot be used. Sometimes quantitative methods are also used, and they are beneficial in order to conclude the findings of the case study research. So since the focus of this advanced faculty development program is on the qualitative aspects, So case study research method, normally you will be talking about that how qualitatively we can analyze the data collected so far for finding out the conclusion from our data. Okay. So these case studies are also good for describing the characteristics and summarizing, comparing, evaluating and understanding different aspects of research problem. We can compare the multiple cases. We can describe the characteristics of individual cases. We can evaluate the respective cases also, okay, and understand various aspects of different research problem. The examples can be, see, every research query, as you must be knowing by now, every research starts with a research question, right? So your research question determines that what will be your case, right? Or whether you need the case, a particular case, or you want a group of the people to be observed as a case, or individual, the phenomena, the settings, okay, place also. So here the research question is like, how are viral marketing strategies changing the relationship between companies and consumers? This is the research question. And now you want to examine, or you want to find out the answer to this research question with reference to the special reference to the iPhone X or iPhone 10 marketing campaign or marketing strategies. So the case study here can be the case study of iPhone 10 marketing strategies. Focused, it is a focused case. So you are trying to answer the research question with reference to a focused group, a focus of the iPhone only. So iPhone 10 marketing strategy or marketing campaign becomes your case study in this example. Now, case study is not a methodological choice, but it is a choice of what is to be studied, right? So normally in the research process, what we determine as the choice of the study means what will be the choice of the method for conducting or for answering the research question. So, it can be either survey, experimental, or interview, or focus group, whatever, or case study as well. So it is not a methodological choice, right? So you need not to adopt a case study research as a methodological choice, but rather you should focus on what you are trying to study and whether the case study will be appropriate for answering that research question. Okay, that way you need to answer, and then you can use the case study research for your research purpose for answering the research question. Okay. The next question is that how do I know that whether I will be going for the case study research based upon my research question? So to answer this question, let me tell you one thing, that there is no formula, but the choice of case study research largely depends upon your research question. Fine. And the more your questions seek to explain how some contemporary circumstances, how and why some social phenomena works, the more the case study research will be relevant. So you need to examine, you need to put your research questions in an appropriate manner. And as long as you are trying to explain how and or why social phenomena works. Okay, so these type of research questions can be answered with the help of case study research, and it will be relevant. Case studies are also relevant for more your research question require an extensive in-depth description of a particular social phenomena. So when you along with your research question expressed in terms of how and why, if you want to carry out an extensive in-depth understanding or in-depth description of a social phenomena, the case study research will be more appropriate. These are actually also good choice in thesis or dissertation, right? And you are not able to collect the sufficient data due to the limited resources, monetary resources for visiting the various places to collect the data, conducting the interviews also. So in that case, you may carry out this case study research for the thesis and dissertation as well, right? Now, what are the key concerns for the case study research? Let us look at the one by one, the key concerns of case study research. Number one, research question. Second is sample size and sample selection. Then how to collect the data. And what are the various techniques which can be used for analyzing the case study research data collected so far. And then finally, the research reporting. So we'll be looking at these key concerns one by one in detail. Talking about the research question, as I told you that research questions can be both quantitative as well as qualitative, but they are close to qualitative research designs. Qualitative research design, as you can say, include the various methods of data collection like observation, interview, focus group, right? So these can be used, these methods can be used to collect the data. And then qualitative research designs are more appropriate to develop your research questions. Okay, so focus is on concepts basically, such as to explain, describe, or explore, understand. Focus of the research questions, if it is like explain why it happens, describe how it happens, explore in depth, and to understand. So when your research question include these keywords, then the case study research will be more appropriate for you, right? Typically, as I already said, that these research questions use the words how and why, and also address the substance of what the study is all about, right? So what portion is little bit less, but how and where is more emphasized in the case study research. It is reported by H. And then case study research may have 1, 2 or more broad research questions. It can be 1, 2 or maybe more than 2 research questions. And you need to be cautious in order to streamline your research question, that you should not be confused with the research questions and the interview questions. Both are different. Okay, research questions are the queries which you are trying to answer from your research, from the findings of your research. Okay, interview questions are used as a method of collecting the data to answer your research questions. So don't try to get confused with the research questions and the interview questions. Okay, so primarily summing up this, how research questions should be for the case study research. Basically, your research question should focus on some keywords. One is like explain, describe, explore, or understand. Or your research question must include like how and why a particular phenomena happens. Second important key concern in the case study research is sample size. Okay, so sample size is actually not a big issue in the case study research. Why? Because we are not interested in generalizing our results to the population. So the sample size can be less. Okay, sometimes it is very less also. So like unlike quantitative or experimental research, strong case study research does not require a random or representative sample, because we are not interested in generalizing our results. Rather, we want an in-depth understanding of a particular group, individual, or the context or situation, right? And we are trying to answer our research question with reference to that particular context only, case. So usually 1 unless the study is multiple cases based research, usually one case is sufficient. One case, and maybe it can be one group of the people, can be one situation, one organization, or maybe one individual as well. All right. So until you are using the multiple cases based research. So in case of multiple cases based research, you can have more than one case as well. Your research is a comparative study or case study. So when you are trying to compare the multiple cases, that will bring usually more than one case. Okay. So, but even in multiple cases based research, 3-4 cases are enough for comparison. You can't go beyond 3-4 cases for comparison purpose. Okay. So when using multiple cases, sampling within the case, purposeful sampling is effective. Purposive sampling is effective to explore in depth on a particular phenomena. And in this purposive sampling, the aim is to find out the individuals or cases that provide insights to a specific situation or context, regardless of generalization to the population. So sample size is less in the case study research, usually one in case of a single case you are trying to examine. And in case of multiple cases, it cannot be more than 3 to 4, right? So because summarizing and comparing more than 3 to 4 cases will be complicated process. So it should be with more than one, but less than 4. Okay. And then sampling methodology to be used for case study research is purposive sampling useful, because we specifically choose our cases which can provide the insights to a specific situation or a context, right? And data collection, and next key concern is the data collection. How to collect the data? What are the various approaches? So based on the research question, the researcher determines the type of questions to be asked in the interview, or what in the observation also, what is to be observed, and documents also to be reviewed. Maybe you can use the secondary sources of the data to collect the relevant information for your research questions, and also what artifacts to be examined. Everything depends upon the research question. So what you can say here is that data collection in the case study research is from the multiple sources. You can collect the data through interview, you can collect the data through observation as well, you can collect the data through the documents from the secondary sources document also. So multiple sources of the data are used in case study research: documentation, archival records, interviews, direct observations, participants observation, or also even as per the needs, you can also include the physical artifacts to observe, right? So these multiple data collection methods are used in case study research. Survey instruments can also be used, but they need to be reliable and valid. Okay, survey instruments can also be used in case study research. Before that, you need to ensure the reliability and validity issue of those survey instruments. And this is the general condition. You must be sure of taking the prior necessary permission or informed consent as and when required from the respondents, or from, if it is a entity, then the owner of the entity will provide you the necessary permission or informed consent to take the observation for the physical artifacts or the observation of any situation like that. Okay, group also. In the group, if you are collecting the data from the group, you should have informed consent for collecting the data. Now, there are certain principles of data collection in the case study research. Number one, you can use multiple sources. So any case study's findings or conclusion is likely to be more convincing or accurate when it is based on several methods of data collection or several sources of information, which when all the methods of data collection, they converge they give the similar findings. Okay, so that is why by developing this convergence evidence, data triangulation helps to strengthen the construct validity of your case study. Normally, there are the questions that how to establish the reliability and validity in the case study research. So this is one of the way that you can use the multiple data collection, multiple sources of data collection. Okay, you can use multiple methods of data collection to find out the answers to your research question, and you need to report that whether the convergence takes place by way of collecting the data from multiple sources. Okay, so this convergence can be like this way. Your findings are, you are collecting the data from the documents, archival records, open-ended interviews, focus interviews, structured interviews, or observations, but your findings are getting converged. Okay, findings are getting converged. So this ensures the construct reliability of your case study. Okay, but there can be non-convergence evidences also, where you conduct the separate sub-studies. Okay, there may be site visits, the findings and the conclusion may be different. Survey, the findings and conclusion may be different. Document analysis, findings and conclusion may be different. So this is a non-convergence of evidence. But this, when you are conducting the separate sub-studies, then this will be helpful. Otherwise, if there is a single study, then the findings should converge, or if they should converge from the various methods of the data collection. That will ensure the constructor reliability of your case study research. Second principle of data collection is that you should create a case study database. How to create the case study database? This data can be both narrative or in the numeric form. Narrative in the sense like you may be collecting the data through interviews or focus group. So in that case, you need to record the the interviews and then focus group discussion, and then transcribe it. And transcript of these interviews and the focus group will be later on analyzed through various computer assisted quantitative softwares, quantitative data analysis softwares, right? So this interview, focus group discussion, they will be more in qualitative nature, but the numeric form of data can be in the form of can be from various sources, like secondary sources, or maybe from primary sources as well. If you are using a survey method for collecting the data, then numeric form will also be there, and it will represent these the database of all your data collected from various sources will represent the evidence for your case study research, right? So you need to be careful while maintaining a case study database. You have to create a case study database. So as I told you that you can use some computer assisted qualitative data analysis softwares, or more routine word processing tools, for example, Word or Excel files, to arrange the narrative and numeric data. Normally, there are a number of qualitative data analysis softwares are available in the market nowadays. So that can be helpful in organizing the database of your case study research. Okay, other persons, they can inspect an entire database, all the electronic files and your portfolio, apart from reading your case or case study report later on. That will create an evidence that how you have generated, or how you have concluded, or how have you answered your research questions. What is the basis for your answers to the research questions? So this database will be used later on by anybody, can be used later on by anyone in order to validate your findings. So the creation of case study database, it increases the reliability of your entire case study. So this is another answer that how the reliability can be ensured in the case study research. Creating the case study database helps in increasing the reliability of your entire case study research. Right? Third, you need to create a chain of evidence. Third principle of data collection is that how to create the chain of evidences. Now, in order to increase the construct validity of information in a case study, we need to be able to trace the steps in either direction. It is from findings back to initial research questions, or from research questions to the finding. Generally, if you see, the flow of the research is from research questions to the findings. Okay, this is the forward flow. And normally in the case study research, you should be able to create a chain of evidence in such a manner that your findings will also lead to the research questions. Okay, so that is why this is the chain of evidences, and you need to report and make a database in such a manner that a chain of evidence is created. And you must ensure that there is no loss of original evidence, and there is no carelessness or bias in creating a chain of evidence. And if it is followed, it implies the high construct validity, thereby increasing the overall quality of the case study research. So that is another measure for talking about the construct validity of your case study research. You are able to create the chain of evidence. So this is how the chain of evidence goes on. Okay, there are case study questions, research question. Then you develop a case study protocol, linking these research questions to the protocol topics, and citation to specific evidentiary sources in case study database, and then from the case study database, you try to answer these research questions, so case study findings. So either it should go in the upward direction, as well as the case study findings should also case study findings, if the person wants to move from findings to research questions, he should be able to move on to the research questions. So that's the chain of evidences. The case study database should support, the protocol should support, your citation should support in either direction, right? This is the principle of data, third principle of data collection, creating the chain of evidence for the case study research. Now, fourth important aspect is that you should be careful when using the data from social media sources. Why? Because when you are using the social media, nowadays, it is very widely used to extract the data for carrying out some case study research, or maybe some other aspects, okay, of your concern. Okay, so this case, social media can be used as a secondary source for collecting any of the different types of evidences, such as retrieving documents, conducting online interview, or observing event remotely, any other. You need to be great cautious. You need to why you need to be great cautious? Because you have to set some limits. However, social media information can overwhelm you. It may be more appealing to you, but still you have to set your limits for collecting certain categories of the information, certain types of information. You cannot focus on everything, whatever is available on the social media platforms. All right, so you need to be careful in terms of setting your limits, that what type of data, what sort of information you want to collect, so that it becomes easy for you while reporting the results or findings. Okay. The second question deals with your willingness to cross-check the sources. You need to cross-check the information collected from the social media sources, and the cross-check simply means that verify. So that's here the multiple sources of data collection or multiple methods of data collection can be used to cross-verify the information which you are gathering from the social media platforms. And third important is that you should be a little highly skeptical No? Because while collecting the information such as social media platform, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or individual blogs, when you are retrieving this information, or if you are collecting the data from a person, or you're conducting an interview from a person who is remotely chatting with you, whether it is he is actually chatting, or there is some other person who is being assisted, who is assisting that person, the chat room, right? So these type of cautions you must develop while collecting the data from the social media sources, right? You need to cross verify this. Now, ethical practices while collecting the data. One is gaining the informed consent from all persons who may be part of your case study. That's the primary requirement. You should have the informed consent. And also, you must protect their privacy. Protecting the privacy of the group, the case study, context, situation, okay, that may be that you are protecting from any harm, including avoiding the use of deception in your study, right? So participants in the group, focus group, interview, individuals, everyone, you need to protect their privacy and confidentiality, right? And you should take some special precautions that might be needed to protect especially vulnerable groups. For instance, the research which involves the children would have to be little careful while the study is actually related to children. And specific protocols needs to be developed to collect the data from the children. How you are going to collect the data from the children, specific protocols needs to be developed, okay? And especially the children should not be questioned in such a manner that they are threatened, or they feel fear of answering a particular question. Normally it depends upon the age group of the children whether they will be able to answer the certain questions or not. So if the age group of the children is up to 14 years or up to 15 years, normally the observation method is preferred, right? Observation method. So you can use observation method for collecting the information rather than going for interview or focus group discussion or any other things, right? So the participants should be selected equitably so that the no groups of people are unfairly included or excluded from the research practice. You must try to be fair and unbiased as much as possible while collecting the data, and that's the ethical practice. Taking informed consent, protecting the privacy and confidentiality, and taking utmost care while dealing with vulnerable groups when your subject of interest is specifically in your case study the vulnerable group. Now comes the fourth important concern for the case study research, that is data analysis. Now, in terms of data analysis, since you have collected the data from multiple sources for the case study research, a pattern observed that more I interacted with the data, more patterns and categories begin to jump out at me, right? When you look at the data collected through the observation, more the different pattern may be there. Okay, when you try to look at the data which is collected through the interview, different pattern may come up, may be observed. So as you interact more with the data collected from different sources, maybe you may observe a different patterns. Okay, different patterns and categories. But that doesn't mean that we can't perform a data analysis on the case study research. It is always possible that you may experience a different patterns, since the data is collected from different sources. As long as you are able to make the certain chain of evidences from the data sources, various different data sources, the construct reliability is established. But question is that how do I start analyzing my case study data? Since you have collected the data from various sources, now the question is, how can I analyze my case study data? The first one is that you must start with the questions, research question. Okay, you may start with the research question, and then question in your case study protocol will be leading you to find out certain answers. Okay, and you should start with a small question first, and then identify the evidence that addresses that question, that particular question. For example, my first question is, what is the demography of the social media users, right? However, this is not the case study focused research question, but can be supplemented along with the how and why type of research questions. So the demography, what is the demography of the social media users? You can answer this. This is a small question, research question, and you can identify that which data source you have used, which method of data collection have you used to answer this research question, and go with it. Go with that method of data collection and try to answer this research question first. Small question, very small question. And then draw a tentative conclusion based upon the weight of the evidence. Also asking how you should display the evidence so that the readers can check your assessment. Anyway, you must have you must have drawn some conclusion from the data or the evidence which you have collected for a particular research question, and how you have analyzed or how have you drawn that particular conclusion. It must be supported by the evidence. Okay, must be supported by the evidence, and that is where, yeah, I told you that you have to create the chain of evidences, and continue to the larger questions and repeat this procedure. Keep going until you think that all you have addressed your main research question. Likewise, that is how you can start with analyzing the data, by starting from a small research question, then gradually moving on to the further research questions and using multiple or different sources of data collected for answering those research questions. Now, what are the possible data analytical techniques in the case study research? There can be pattern matching. Okay, first analysis technique is pattern matching. This basically nothing but is finding out the patterns, basically based upon the empirical findings. Okay, maybe you might have collected the data from the interview, focus group, observation, and so on. And then after interview and focus group discussion, the transcript may be there, and then you read your transcript again and again and find out that what codes can be generated for specific themes. Okay, so those patterns, and then later on those codes can be converted into themes, and then themes may be used to answer your research questions, right? And whether you are able to find out any pattern in your findings by doing so. So the pattern is based on the findings from your case study with the predicted one. You might have predicted that this may be the finding. What is your finding, actual finding? Whether is there any pattern? With the several alternative predictions you made before to collect your data, you can use this pattern matching. Okay, you can develop the various patterns by observing the codes and themes of the data collected from various methods. So if the empirical and predicted patterns appear to be similar, one is empirical pattern, another is predicted pattern. So you need to compare both. If they appear to be similar, the results can help a case study to strengthen its internal validity. So with the help of pattern matching, you can establish internal validity, and you can make sure that my empirical findings and then predicted patterns are similar. Okay. If the case study is an explanatory one, The patterns may be related to how and why of case study. For example, how and why an organization operates the way it does, and how and why the operations have led to certain results. Okay, so if it is, we are trying to explain how the organization operates and whether why the operations have led to certain results. We are able to answer these research how and why research questions in explanatory case study research. So for example, like if your case study sets some pre-established benchmarks. Now this is the predicted pattern. The productivity will increase by 10% or more. If an organization is operating in a particular manner, then productivity will increase by 10% or more. And then later on, you collect the data whether the productivity, what is the status of the productivity by use of that particular operation style. Okay, so you collect the empirical results. You compare this predicted pattern with the empirical results, okay, observed outcome with this benchmark, and then you can match these predicted and empirical patterns to find out whether how and why if certain operational condition is actually affecting the productivity of any organization. Okay, so this is one technique of data analysis technique in pattern matching in the case study research. Second is explanation building. Now, second data analysis technique, explanation building. This is a special type of pattern matching, but since the procedure is little difficult, therefore it requires a special attention. Here the goal is to analyze your case study data by building an explanation about the case. Now we need to explain certain phenomena, we need to develop certain theoretical explanation towards the happening of a particular phenomena. Right? So therefore, the procedure is mainly relevant to explanatory case studies as an analogous procedure for exploratory research case studies. It's commonly been cited as a part of hypothesis generating process. We can generate certain hypotheses by way of building the explanation to certain phenomena, right? So to explain why, when your research question includes explain keyword, your research question includes explain. To explain a certain phenomena, set of causal sequences about it, or why, how, and why some outcome has occurred is to be reported. You need to theoretically also you need to support your empirical findings theoretically that how and why some phenomena is happening. Okay, so the causal sequence, they may be complex or may be difficult to measure in precise manner because in most of the case studies, explanation building generally occurs in narrative forms. Okay, you need to narrate the story, how and why this particular phenomena is happening, right? So mostly this explanation building requires a narrative form. You need to narrate a particular story from the data you have collected. Third technique, data analysis technique, is time series analysis, where you may be only single. There may be only single relevant measure needs to be tracked over a period of time. You must be knowing that what is time series data. So time series data, when you collect the observations over a period of time, and you find out the trend or the pattern. Okay. So when the single measure is represented by a large number of time data points, that certain statistical test can be used to analyze that particular data, time series data. So in your case study, there are the case studies which are longitudinal case studies. There's a longitudinal data. So over a long period of time, when you collect the data with reference to with respect to a particular variable, you want to analyze that. certain statistical tests can be used to analyze the data. And this pattern, and then later on you can forecast the trends. You can draw some conclusion based upon the particular trend and pattern. So this trend, the pattern can be more complicated in a sense, because the appropriate starting or ending points for the time series may not be clear sometimes, starting point and ending point. So you may develop a different set of patterns in that manner. Despite this potential complications, the ability to test changes over time is a major strength of the case study research. Though we may not be able to locate the starting and ending points for the time series data, but we can see the trends, the changes over time period. And that is actually the biggest strength of the case study research, which include the time series data. Okay, how the particular variable or particular thing has changed over a time period. Okay, so time series designs can be more complex, and the trends within a given case are postulated to be more complex. When within the time period, when you need to examine the trends within the time series itself. Within the time series means for specific time periods. Okay, you want to examine that why certain phenomena was booming up, or certain phenomena was going down, or something like that. When you want to examine these patterns, then it will be a little complex. Fourth data analytical technique in the case study research can be the logic models. Now, these logic models are actually this has become more useful in the recent years, especially while doing the case study evaluations and studying the theories of change, how certain change takes place. Okay, so the logic models, they generally talk about a complex chain of occurrence or events for an extended period of time, long period of time, but also these logic models try to show how a complex activity, such as implementing a program, or initiating a change in the organization, or maybe effect of certain policy takes place, right? These logic models help to draw certain conclusions based upon the chain of occurrence of events. So you need to examine the events, that how the certain things are happening. Okay, so these events can be staged in repeated cause effect patterns. So one cause may result in effect, but that effect may become the cause for another event. That's how. So cause effect of pattern. Okay, wherein the outcome of the earlier stage can become the input or the stimulus, causal event for the next stage, in turn producing another outcome. It becomes another stimuli, right? Excuse me. So these logic models can be at individual level, can be at organizational level, can be at program level. Now you see, this is something, the example which I have taken from the book by In. Now there are undesirable social and economic conditions like poverty, lack of social opportunity, degree of social disorganization, rapid and large population movements, and so on. Now these social and economic conditions lead to make they actually are the input factors, fine, for becoming the youth at risk. So one is cause, another is effect. But that effect is again, after this event, it is also becoming the input, okay, for the next stage. Next stage is when the youth becomes at risk, whether he joins gang, starts taking drugs, commits individual offenses, and so on. This becomes another effect. Okay, so what you can observe here is that there are multiple stages of multiple stages of the logic models. So at individual level, the same thing can happen at individual level. It can also happen at organizational level when you want to examine the events. And when a particular person joins the gangs, then what will becomes a part of non-violent, non-drug group, or when he can become a part of violent gang, become a part of drug dealing gang, likewise. So what is happening here is that the effect of the previous outcome or previous cause is becoming a cause for another event or another phenomena, next stage phenomena. So you need to develop these logic models, that how a particular event is taking place, how the implementation of the policy is taking place in the stage wise manner. Okay, how and why it is. Suppose in any stage you can also answer question like why this particular phenomena is happening in stage 1, and from stage 1 to stage 2, then how it is happening. Okay, so how and why, always remember that your focus in the case study research should always be there on your how, in order how and why. Okay, there is another technique which is cross case synthesis, data analysis technique. This technique, data analysis technique, is only applicable when you have multiple cases as a focus of your research, case study research. Okay, you have multiple cases, maybe more than one case, then only this cross case synthesis is applicable. So this contrasts with the data aggregation approach in the conventional research synthesis. It is not like you collect the data, aggregate the data from the different cases. Okay, rather and you make the conclusion. But however, you have to aggregate the data, but also you need to report that what is the difference, whether the conclusion which you draw from the multiple case studies or cases, they are different or they are converging, whether their convergence takes place or non-convergence takes place, right? So highly important in a cross case synthesis is your ability to discuss the potentially contaminating differences among the individual cases, right? So you need to report that where the multiple case studies, when the case studies or 3 case studies, they differ. What are the points of differences? Okay, where you are able to highlight the differences in these case studies. Okay? So generally, as you know, that no 2 cases are identical. Therefore, it is always better to make a discussion on how individual cases were sufficiently comparable, along with important dimensions, certain dimensions. For example, their cultural or institutional settings. On what basis you are able to compare the 2 cases. So this will warrant a presumed common findings between them. What are the basis for bringing out similarities? What are the basis for basis for highlighting the differences between the cases, multiple cases? You need to report the similarities and then dissimilarities between the cases, multiple cases, and they should be again in terms of your research questions, with reference to your research questions, right? Cross case synthesis is the technique for the data analysis. So I have discussed 5 data analysis techniques for the case study research. Now the last key concern is the research reporting. So while reporting your findings of your case study research, you must keep in mind your potential audience, the readers of your case study research, whether they are a general public, whether they are a specific group of scientists, or maybe what is the group actually, whom you are addressing. Okay, because each audience has different needs and there is no single composition that may serve all audiences simultaneously. Right? So you need to be careful like to whom you are reporting the findings, whether it is for journal purpose, whether it is for thesis purpose, dissertation purpose, like that. For academic colleagues, the relationship among the case study is more important. Its findings and previous theory of research are likely to be most important. And for non-specialists, the descriptive elements in portraying some real-world situation as well as implication for action are likely to be more important. So for non-specialist people, actually they want descriptive element so that they can understand that what is being portrayed in the real world situation and what is its implication for the organizational setting, for decision making, for that particular group of group as a subject of interest, right? And for a thesis committee, mastery on the methodology or theoretical issues along with an indication of the care which is with which the research can be conducted. These are important things. You are writing for a thesis, when you are writing or reporting your case study research findings for thesis or dissertation, methodology part would be should be emphasized more. It should be more clear actually. You must talk about your research protocol, case study research protocol, that how you are going to collect the data, means that everything should be very clear. Protocol, which research question will be answered, how research questions will be answered, and what will be the approach for data collection to answer a particular research question. That way, you should be very clear in terms of your protocol. And finally, the research funders. Significance of the case study is findings is important actually. Funders, they are interested in the case study findings. So while whether they cast the academic or the findings can be used in academic or practical terms, this is probably the more important than how you describe your research methods for the research funders. How the findings will be helpful in in solving the purpose for the funders. Okay, so this is how you can report the research. But there can be separate compositional structures for research report writing. So when your purpose of case study is explanatory, linear, analytic, explanatory, descriptive. There can be different purposes of case study research: explanatory, descriptive, or exploratory. So linear, analytic, compositional structure is appropriate, and comparative is also appropriate for all explanatory, descriptive, and exploratory research case studies. Chronology is chronological way of reporting your findings from the case study research is also appropriate for explanatory, descriptive, and exploratory case study researches. Theory building can be used. Theory building should be used only with the explanatory and exploratory case study researches. Suspense, explanatory, and unsequenced descriptive research or descriptive case study research pattern. So these are different patterns or compositional structure of writing the report that can be used for reporting the findings. Now, conducting the case study research, as you know, now based upon the key concerns which we have discussed so far, it can be like there can be 5 steps, or in some of the books you may find that 8-step process of conducting the case study research. More or less, the steps, like you must select because every query starts with the research question. So your research question will guide you that whether you should take a case or not. Okay, what would be the made? So you first select a case after the research questions, build a theoretical framework, collect your data through multiple sources, describe and analyze the cases by way of the analytical techniques described so far or discussed so far. And then finally, you need to report. These are some examples. I would like to show one of the example. From these links, I'll share this PPT with you all. You can find out more. These are the case study research examples. Now, this is the 2 minutes self-test which you can use yourself, for checking your understanding on the case study research. But after that, I will show you one example from the case study research. So You can state the true or false, whether case study requires hypothesis, research statement, or research questions. Whether it is true or false. Reference to stories or anecdotes are inappropriate in case studies. Good case studies use a variety of research methods. All case studies require internal, external, and construct validity and reliability. Report format is generally used for writing case studies. So you may answer these questions. You may check your understanding whether these statements are true or false. So let me now go to the one PDF file. Okay.
अच्छा की मंगा ली।
I hope this is visible. Social media competitive analysis and text mining, a case study in the pizza industry. This is the research paper which I have got from the internet. Okay, social media competitive analysis and text mining, case study in the pizza industry. Now you see what is the research question which can be underpinned from the title itself. You know, when you are making a case study research, the word case study should appear in your title. This is the primary condition. And it will be treated as a case study research. The case study, the word case study should appear in the title. So many of the titles or the research articles which you observe, which you see, will find that it is whether it is a case study research or not a case study research. When the case study word is used in the title, it signifies that they have used a specific case. So what is the case here is the pizza industry. So pizza industry is the case. Now, what is the research question? They want to find out the connect between social media competitive analysis and text mining. Right? And some of the important looking at the abstract and then methodology, the research question. Okay, when you look at this, there are here somewhere, they have talked about this paper describes in-depth case study, in-depth case study which applies text mining to analyze unstructured text content on Facebook, Twitter sites, and 3 largest pizza chains: Pizza Hut, Domino's, and Papa John's Pizza. Okay, so this is the what they are using as a case. Pizza industry. In the pizza industry, the 3 largest pizza chains: Pizza Hut, Domino's Pizza, and Papa John's. Okay, and they have used text mining, and then competitive social media competitive analysis as a tool for analyzing their case study research. Fine. Looking at the methodology part, case study. What is their research question? Research question: study examine social media sites of 3 largest pizza chains and apply text mining. Okay, so following research questions, what patterns can be observed? What patterns can be observed, meaning thereby the authors try to find out the patterns from the Facebook sites respective from the Facebook sites of their respective pizza chains, Domino's and others. What patterns can be found from their Twitter sites, and what are the main differences in terms of Facebook and Twitter patterns? So you can see that they have used 2 cases for making the comparisons. Okay, the patterns received by the users. Okay, methodology used by these people, by these authors, the methodology is that they are using this. If you read it, indicates the food and restaurant industry. we decided to construct our social media competitive analysis with 3 largest pizza chains, okay, in our case study. So how did they do it? This is the context of the study. Okay, an extensive internet search also indicates that there is so theoretical framework. They are also able to develop the theoretical framework. Social media sites, text collection, data. This is the protocol. So the process, text mining process for social media content data collection, right? And then there is a procedure. They have quoted the procedure. So if you see, and these are their findings, phase 1 findings, trends over the patterns, okay, 3 big pizza chains. Just wanted to show you that some insights about the case study research. You can, I have already shown the links to the various case study researches on the social media. Now, this is something how they have derived the conclusion. So some coding has been done and then themes have been developed. So topics like customers sharing positive experience with pizza quality. The examples are examples which are used to code this theme, particular theme, yummy and enjoy. Similarly, the customer share negative experiences. The pizza I ordered tasted a day old. The crust was burnt. My pizza had wrong toppings. So negative impressions. Response from customer service representative: very sorry for the wrong topping. Can you please follow? And so these are certain the codes which have been taken from the transcripts, or not transcripts, from the content over from the social media platforms, Facebook and Twitter. In phase 2 findings, everything is reported very clearly. It's a good study. You want to go through it in detail, you can understand well that how case studies should be conducted in a manner. That's all from my side. I will be happy if I can answer some of the queries of the participants.
Thank you, sir, for giving a very valuable insight.
Thank you, sir. If at all there are any questions.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, I have a query about that case study. Someone has written a case study in 2021. Can the database useful in 2022?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. What are you saying?
Someone has written a case study in 2021.
Mhm.
Can the database useful in 2022?
See, the findings of the case study are applicable to the context only, to context, to individual, to situation, to a group only, right? So when the case study has used the data for 2021, okay, they may or may not be applicable. This we are not interested in generalizing our findings to the case study research. Case study findings are only applicable to the case. Okay, they are with reference to the case only. Findings are because, and our purpose is not making any generalization, right? Our purpose is only to make certain in-depth understanding for a particular phenomena, okay, which may be relevant in some context or which may not be. And so you need not to worry about whether it will be applicable in 2020 or 2025 or not, because we are interested in answering our research questions in particular context with reference to particular context only, situation, group, or individual. You need not to worry about it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Okay. Any
Hello.
other?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir, like you told that for a case study, when we are collecting data, we can use various, multiple methods. We can take interviews, or we can also use the past secondary data. So, like how, if someone, can these results be replicated? Like if I am using interview, I have selected one particular company and I'm taking it as a case. And if I'm collecting primary data and the research questions are same,
Mhm.
And if I'm collecting primary data from that company and I'm running certain data analysis on that, then the results which are coming out of that, and if I'm taking the study on, by using secondary data by the past literatures, can these results be replicated? Would they be the same or they might be different?
They may be different. No problem. You see, it depends upon that when you are collecting the data. See, the time period is obviously time period matters in the case study research. Okay, so if case study research conducted in 2000, using certain research questions, the results may be different for the same research questions when it is replicated into 2020, right? Because the
Yes, sir.
situation, the context, the group, and the everything changes over a period of time. So in the case study research,
Right,
as I
sir.
told you, that the findings are applicable to only the context and the particular case only, okay, at that particular time
Okay.
period. So the
So,
findings
sir,
may be different,
right.
may not be same.
Okay.
If the time period is, there is a long gap of the time period in for data collection,
Okay,
right?
so we can, if we are writing a research paper, we can actually mention that the past research mentions this, and the changes that have occurred, like now, our new findings are this.
Yes, you can use logic models. You can use logic model, data analytic technique in order to present your findings in a particular context, a specific context, that how things have evolved, how the events have taken place over a period of time. There was one study which was conducted in 2000, and now over a period of 20 years, how things have evolved, how things have changed, and that is how the reason for a particular research phenomena, okay, for particular your social phenomena, for answering that research question. So that way you can report, you can use logic models as a data analysis technique. I showed you one example that how things are
Yes,
happening in organizational settings,
yes, sir. Okay,
right?
thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Murari. Very nice of you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
And it happens sometime. The technical glitch can happen because you are in Sikkim and that can happen. But
Yes, yes.
it's very nice of you, sir, for sparing your time and giving a valuable insight. And we all look forward to your short PPTs so that we can circulate it today. In the
Yeah,
evening.
I'll share that with you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank
I'll
you once
share.
again. So,
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
thank you, sir. So let me welcome Mr. Suraj, our next speaker. And we have already introduced Mr. Suraj to Dr. Suraj to other participants. So please take over from my side, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Srivastava, sir. Again, good afternoon, everybody. I know we've had a brief chat. So without further introductions on this, I'll start off my presentation. I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if you're able to see my presentation. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. So I think this perhaps is the last session, if I'm not mistaken, at the last sessions.
No, there's a afternoon also. So small. Yeah, it's the last session, but
Yeah, I mean, as a last speaker.
Yeah, last speaker. Yeah.
Before you conclude the thing. So Dr. Srivastava had invited me for this, and he suggested that look at social media listening and more from a practical perspective in terms of how it can be done. And I am a practitioner. I've been to give a brief introduction. I work in the space of consumer strategy, digital marketing, innovation, consumer insights, CRM, and these have been the areas. I've previously have been associated with advertising for over a couple of decades. Built ad agencies in India as well as Southeast Asia, London, for DDB Group as well as the Leo Burnett Group. And I also happen to have authored a couple of books. One of the books is very relevant here in this current context, The Indestructible Brand, which I was telling you. It's about crisis management in the age of social media. Sage had published this in 2017 and primarily deals with how, in the age of social media, even a small tweet can trigger a massive crisis. And it really takes up some of the crises that have happened. Like, if you can recall the Nestle crisis, which has happened, which, a few tweets have actually kind of, brought the, entire, the company and the stock itself under suspicion, and how brands, what can brands do, how brands have dealt with such crisis, how they're dealing with that. So that's what the book is all about. My second book is more a spiritual book, Gita Prakashamut's in Telugu. It's my commentary on Bhagavad Gita, which was published last year. So on this topic, as I was briefly introducing for those of you present, brands talk to consumers traditionally, print, TV, social media, outdoor, on their own handles, on their, communication which is done. And also during market research, also they have an opportunity to talk to consumers, right? However, and it is the message that brand tries to convey or tries to portray, the positioning that they have or the message, the offer that they may have. That's what they use the entire media to communicate to the consumers. And consumer response traditionally has been to the brands, mail or email or phone, and of late through social media. And they also express their opinion whenever those surveys or market research happens to brands. So that's when the consumer truth in part is revealed. But this also is, very few people out of the entire lot of consumers actually do that. But the real truth, the consumer truth, is when the consumer consumes the product or the communication or the campaign, and what he feels about it, he discusses, whatever he feels, he discusses amongst his peers. And that has traditionally been word of mouth. And with the advent of social media, they found a platform where they can express not only to their immediate family or friends, but to the world in general. So that has become a rich space where conversations are happening many a time without being asked for by brands. Brands need not ask, what is your opinion about my product? When the product is experienced, or when he sees an ad, when she sees an ad, she's going out there and talking about it. So there is some consumer truth that is being expressed without being actively asked for by brands or by researchers. So that is where the space of social media has kind of democratized that access to consumer truth in a massive way, like no generation ever has seen before. Now, social media listening is a way you can apply your ear to kind of listen to all these conversations that are happening, across Facebook, across Twitter, across YouTube comments, Instagram, and various other platforms. Billions of forums and websites, multiple sources are there where the consumers are talking about it. It could be a tweet, it could be a Facebook post, a YouTube comment, Insta post, a pin, a blog, a news article, forum, various ways in which consumers are expressing, reacting, commenting, liking, sharing, advocating. This is happening in the space. However, as as the Professor Murari also was mentioning, privacy is a very, very important part out there. I may be communicating, but I may be communicating to only a limited set, like to my own family or friends. And it is not fair for any researcher to go and start listening to those conversations, which is the reason why these platforms have put together extensive privacy restrictions. Like there are what we call as a private conversation versus a public conversation. Many of you are on Facebook, on Twitter, and I'm sure you're familiar with the privacy restrictions that you can apply to your posts. Like you choose your post to be private, nobody will be able to listen to that. And it is not right for any brand or researcher to listen to those posts. It is violation of privacy. However, there are a lot of posts which are public conversations, which you are sharing. Primarily, if you look at Twitter, most of the conversations are public, where you want to share the opinion with the world, where you have, where you liked something, liked a movie, and you want to tell the movie how much you liked, or where you did not like an experience, an airline experience, and you want to go out there and diss about it, or talk about it that I didn't like it, so you want to warn others. So we are doing this, and those are all public conversations. So those public conversations are actually a rich source. So when we talk about social media listening, we are only restricted to the public conversations. There is, first of all, access to the private conversations is not there. You can't access. And second of all, it is ethically not correct, and it's violation of user privacy. What is social media listening, therefore? Social media listening allows us access to public social media conversations to extract key insights so that we can track conversations on any specific topic from any specific geography, India, US, Mumbai, anywhere, for any specific time period. And when I say any specific time period, there are certain restrictions by the tools. Like some tools will allow from the time you set up the query onwards forward, you can listen to it. Some tools allow historic access for up to 1 year or 2 years, but it really depends on context to context and tool to tool. But in general, the principle is that you can listen on any particular topic from anywhere for any time period. What is being said, the content of what are they talking about, who is saying it, who are the people who are talking about, the people who are talking about it, who are they, their demographics, what kind of information can we get about them, what is the sentiment that is expressed, are they positively inclined about the topic, negatively, are they neutral about the topic, sentiment of that also we can understand. Are the conversations increasing or decreasing over a period of time? I think Professor Murari also was referring to time series. In a time series, how are the conversations flowing? Like in a negativity, it could have a peak at suddenly one particular point of time, but the negativity may be dying on its own, or maybe actually peaking, starting to peak, and brand needs to really take a specific action on that. So listening is a keyword-based search for all conversations about or to your brand. And again, I am approaching this completely from a brand or a marketing organization perspective, and not primarily from an academic research perspective. And I'm sure you all have adequate expertise in that space, and you will be able to think of scenarios how you can apply. So I will not be getting into detail on that part, but I will focus on this. A keyword-based search. What is a keyword-based search? Is that, whatever you want to listen to, you will build a query like a research question that you formulate. Instead of a research question, you are trying to put those queries in the tool, and the tool starts picking up, what is being said about that. And once it starts picking up, then it will start telling you what is the conversation, what is the sentiment. And what is a sentiment? It is the attitude or feelings social media users express through their conversation about any topic. I mean, this is one recent conversation that, you can see here. I put in Air India flight lands safely in London in the middle of ongoing storm. High praise for skilled AI pilot. Now, obviously, this is a positive sentiment. And then it's a sad, humiliating that a corporate house is mocking Indian government and authority by appointing foreign national as CEO of national carrier. This is with regard to the ex-Turkish Airlines CEO being appointed as or designated as CEO for Air India. So there is a negative thing. So Air India as a brand can see what is positive and what is negative, and accordingly take action on that. So the sentiment is this, what is positive and what is negative. And see, the third tweet that you see, MHA to conduct a meticulous background check of the newly appointed Air India CEO, a Turkish national. Now, this is neutral. They're not saying positive or negative, that just information is being shared. That's primarily a neutral sentiment. So if you look at it from an organization standpoint, there are different roles. If you look at within an org, there is a CMO, there is a marketing head, there is a communications director, there's a brand manager, a PR manager, a digital marketing analyst, social media manager, a legal representative. All have different concerns. The concern for marketing could be customer experience, market presence, brand reputation, or industry competitor insights. Analysts could be worried about conversations about, what are the trends, what are the patterns that are happening, what are the brand insights, how many of my posts are being, how is my engagement rate increasing or decreasing. And for the legal person, could be mitigating brand risk. So therefore, social media listening is not one size fits all. It actually needs to address concerns of various stakeholders. And this is a very dynamic world where things are changing by the hour. And you need to be able, brands need to be able to make those decisions in time. If you don't make it in time, then as I said, a tweet can become a crisis and your brand reputation will be at stake. So why do brands listen? Actionable posts responding to consumers. People have posted on your about the brand. I had a bad experience in your Pizza Hut store in Delhi, and you would want to listen to that and respond to the consumer and figure it out. Measuring virality of posts, momentum tracking. I have done a campaign. How is my campaign getting response compared to a McDonald's versus a Burger King? A campaign is happening. Whose campaign how is my campaign performing with relation to my competitors' campaign? How are my posts? How are they being responded to by consumers? How are they engaging with that? Feedback about specific issues, challenges, or praise around a product. I have launched a new burger, new chicken burger has been launched, and I want to know how consumers are feeling about this. And or we've launched a new television show. We would want to know how the response to the first episode of it, or ad has been released and we want to know how people are responding to that particular ad. Or an event is happening, IPL is happening, how are people responding to that? Or a new brand ambassador has been appointed. Are they liking the brand ambassador? How is it working out? Suddenly a brand ambassador is on fire because of a particular statement a brand ambassador has made. And there are numerous cases. Amir Khan took a position on a particular issue, and suddenly, the app that he was responding to started getting uninstalls. So the brands need to keep an ear to these kind of issues. Industry insights. What's happening broadly in a particular industry or in a vertical with us or with competitor. New pricing has been launched. Pricing has become a major concern area in that. In Netflix has come out with a new pricing. Therefore, how is the price sensitivity with the consumers? So again, industry insights, crisis monitoring, which I've already covered. General awareness about a brand or a product. How is the awareness of product A versus product B, or brand A versus brand B? There are numerous use cases why brands listen and how social media can be used. Now, I would want to kind of draw your attention to, there is a lot of jargon in this space. There is a enormous amount of jargon when you look at digital media, digital marketing space, and especially social media space. One of the words that we keep hearing is social media monitoring versus social listening. They are used interchangeably, but I think in my opinion, and also in the opinion of Hootsuite, from whom I've taken this slide, is social media monitoring is primarily looking at your own channels. Like in the previous session, Dr. Murari, when he was talking about the social media case study that was done in 2013 between the three pizza outlets, the primary concern was their own social media pages, their own Facebook, their own Twitter, their own pages which is there. So which we would call as social media monitoring. If you look at your own page, what are people saying in response to my post which I'm putting it out, we call that as own media. And what are people saying on those posts, and the details of that. How is my particular post doing in terms of its engagement rate? How many likes has it got? How many shares has it got? All these things are, so it's a very important part of digital marketing of any brand that happens. Social media monitoring, continuously monitor your brand, your performance, whether it is crisis, only with respect to your particular assets that you have. Social media monitoring of your assets. And it is typically historical because you've done something, so you're looking at data which is happening. Whereas social listening is both looking back as well as looking forward, because you are trying to analyze trends, identify what is happening, so that you have a view about what's going to happen, and you can analyze that information, look at the big picture, and it helps you guide as a strategy. So that's the big difference. And as I take you through some of the cases and all, which I will try to during this session, you will be able to understand social listening and the application of social listening better. Now, the big challenge, how do we listen? Now, these are some of the stats that I have on the screen from Press Information Bureau. I mean, published by Press Information Bureau, but the slide I've taken from News 18. If you look at WhatsApp in India has got 53 crore users. Facebook has got 41 crore users. YouTube has 44.8 crore users, and Instagram 21 crore, and Twitter about 1.75 crore users. So we are talking about massive users. From a perspective of social media listening, we are keeping WhatsApp aside because WhatsApp is completely in a private zone. We do not have access to that. But remaining platforms, in the remaining platforms, again, I'm saying the rider is public conversation, which platform to platform will differ. Even if you look at it, Facebook posts per second, 54,977 posts happen per second. Tweets, 5,700 tweets happen per second. So we are talking about massive volumes of data that is being generated. How do you listen? How do you listen to this amount of data? Because obviously we are not going out with trying to talk to people or recruit a panel and talk to them. Now that is typical traditional way of doing the research. But modern research is where the users are already talking about it. How do I listen to what they are saying? What are the public conversations that is happening? Now that's where the social media listening tools come in. Now, I was listening to Dr. Srivastava's speech on Thursday, and he kind of laid out a few of the challenges which are there with qualitative research. That it is descriptive, it can be observed, but not always precisely measuring it, because how much is happening, measuring is always a challenge. It's less structured. It can provide rich data, and that it is challenging to analyze, labor intensive to color, and usually generates longer reports. Absolutely spot on. Now, these are the challenges of qualitative research, and that is the reason why we need tools which can actually help us deal with these challenges, especially the part of collecting and analyzing. If you can collect the data, because there are so many conversations happening, how do I collect all of them? You go on to Twitter and do a search. Just do a search on Twitter if you have, and you have numerous scrolls of data is happening. How do I collect all those things? How do I download all these things? How do I analyze that? Analyze that in a way that it will help me structure so that I don't get lost in the reams of data. So that is where the social listening tools come in place. Now I really need to stop sharing for a second because I want to reshare my screen by optimizing it for video sharing. Just 1 second. Please bear with me. I want to share a clip with you, which is the reason why I wanted to optimize it. Yeah. Is my screen visible, please? Hello? Is my screen visible? Can anyone respond?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Visible. Okay, great. So here is a quick video about how brands are using social media listening, and I'll talk just for you to get a feel of it, how it happens. hope you've been able to, I hope you've been able to see the video. It's by Gatorade, and Gatorade is a PepsiCo brand. Mission Control is their social listening center, a command center where the tools, the analysts, they all converge. All the conversations are coming to one particular place, and they are able to engage, act on it, share insights, and perform. Take look at the actionable insights and take decisions. So now this is the direction in which brands are moving, from having a very passive approach to understanding consumers to have a more dynamic, active, engaged approach. There are various tools which are there to do this social listening, and this is a from Gartner. Forrester. We looked at some of the platforms that they have ranked, and there are many platforms: Meltwater, Talkwalker, NetBase, Signal Labs, Listen First, and Sprinkler is one of Brandwatch, and Sprinkler is one of the top-rated tools which are there, which we are going to discuss today. So Sprinkler, it's got an engineering team in India, but it's a global tool. What do they do is that they look at various data sources like social in this slide that you can see, various social platforms, traditional sources, millions of web sources. These traditional sources could be news portals and various other integrations, internal data, whatever research data that you may have internally, you can also put in. Whatever CRM data that you have from your messenger, all that data also can be input by the organization. But even if you don't use the internal data or messaging data, we are talking about millions of sources of information. Now, what they do is that they have licenses, they have fire hoses, like say, for example, a Facebook fire hose, or what is a fire hose? It's a pipe, it's a hose which draws data from the specific platform into their engine. Those fire hoses are there, web hooks, and they have this integrations, API integrations, which go into the Sprinkler data processor, which also looks at language detection, because this need not be only restricted to English, though initially it was largely restricted to English, but now it is getting into a zone where language is not limited. Any of the global languages, including Hindi and other regional languages, also are being processed now, though language is still, I would say, a work in progress. And Sprinkler's artificial AI algorithm processes this entire data into two specific parts: the content of these tweets or posts and who is talking about it, and accordingly classifies that into sentiment, emotion, or is it spam, visually what is coming to, structurally how can I look at it, or location, from where are these coming in, product, categorizing to the product insights and audience insights, about, as I said, who, what kind of people, what are their interests, what are the other interests, and then it further process it, because Sprinkler is not only for listening. You have customer care, social engagement, the advertising where they run the campaigns and all. The rules engine helps it to process it for the respective teams to take action on that. That is the overall architecture, listening architecture, or the research architecture that Sprinkler as a platform provides. Now, I would not bore you with too much of technicalities, but it is important to understand that it is a complex process which needs a certain amount of specialization. There is a planning and preparation where you need to kind of look at your listening methodology. Basically, what do you want to listen to, which I'll explain to you when I go into some of the examples. How do you create a topic? And by the way, these platforms are incredibly expensive. We are talking about a few crores. Sprinkler itself, a license of Sprinkler could cost anywhere upwards of a few crores to get that kind of a license. Other platforms are also there, but every platform has their own way of costing it. Some platforms cost by number of users, some platforms cost by number of mentions that mentions is number of results that you are processing, and some platforms use a hybrid model where mentions and the license are integrated, which is Sprinkler, which does that. Volume thresholds, locations, how many locations are you doing worldwide, are you doing only India, and what kind of themes are you looking at, the benchmarking, and then subsequently you set it up, we need to set up from a brand, competitor, or what do we want to exclude, what do we want to include? Because see, here we need to keep in mind, this is language, and language can be used in multiple ways. I may call McDonald's as, I can spell the name McDonald's, or I can say McD, or I can say McDonald's with spelling mistakes. So one needs to think of all the various permutations and combinations in which the word can be used and set up your query accordingly. And again, when you are trying to look at competition, you need to build your queries in such a way that the query is robust enough so that it can pull the information in the right manner from the fire hoses which are there. Otherwise, if your query is not strong, you will end up with a lot of junk. So if you get too much of junk, too much of irrelevant data coming in, it will be very difficult for you to kind of process the data to arrive at any actionable insight. So again, and the good thing is that you can create the query, you can see the results, you can keep refining your query further. So you are not going to lose out anything. Like a research, if you went and asked the question and came back, it is very difficult to again go back to the same guys and ask the question if you realize that there is something that's wrong in your question. But of course, we do pilots to ensure that those mistakes are averted. But here because we're talking about a large volume of data, and the data is coming through in, I'm not going to consumer directly. I can make changes to my query and keep refining my query, or run multiple queries so as to compare each of the query and the results that are coming through. And say again, if I'm looking at again the some people say there are a lot of trolling that happens, there are a lot of paid users who come in and do tweets. We really not be able to look at those. Once you start looking at those kind of trolls, or the profiles of this, you can start blocking those profiles. You can give rule indications where you can eliminate those profiles so that your data is very clearly specific and precise, so that you can take actions on that. And either you can do a one-time query, or you can keep running your queries. Like organizations need to keep their queries running, because you need to it's an ongoing task. It's not a once in a like if you are a custodian of McDonald's, you need to see on a daily basis what's happening. So your query will be running on a daily basis. Of course, whenever you run a new campaign or something, then you need to kind of come in and add those specific keywords of your campaign. So now I would want to kind of give you a show you the tool, how it looks, and how we can set up the query and start listening to that. Are you all with me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's Zoom, so it's got its own limitations, and you all have turned off your camera, so I don't even know whether you are listening, and I don't have a query to look at that. So this is how Sprinkler looks. It's a platform. It's cloud-based. You have access. Once you have the login, there is also a trial version, but I'm not sure how much of access you can get. But you really need to have a login to be able to do that. I know Dr. Srivastava sir has shared a tool, a free tool in his session on day one. I have not really evaluated that, but you guys should check it out, how it can help. We've evaluated a lot of these paid tools like Brandwatch and Meltwater and Talkwalker and Sprinkler. So here is Sprinkler. Now, this is how the tool looks. So I will start with a simple query. Now this is a topic search, and this is how it looks. If you want trying to do, are you able to see my screen, please? The Sprinkler screen.
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're
Yes.
able to see, no? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So now if you look at it, this is how the research screen, this is the first point you look at, the topic, themes, keywords, keyword list. I will not go into all the details because it's too much for me to cover in even a month in this thing. I am first looking at this quick search. Quick search is where you can look at any topic and try to find out what's happening that. So I will look at this quick search now. And the topic that's happening right now is Russia, right? Is Russia in your mind? Everybody's mind?
Definitely, sir.
Yes, definitely, sir.
So I want to know, what is India thinking about Russia? What's happening in Russia? Okay, what are Indians thinking about it? Okay, we may think India is positive or negative, but now if you look at it, I created the query Russia and I said country filter, I've applied to India, and it's a quick search. Now in the last, just give me a second. I'm only looking at the last 24 hours. Okay, can you see here? Last 24 hours.
Right, sir.
In the last 24 hours, there have been 255,000 mentions on social media about Russia. Okay, which has a reach of 16.74 billion. What do I mean by reach? What is a mention? Mention is a tweet or a post or an article which mentions the keyword Russia. Here, I have not made a complicated query here. I've just input Russia and I've done a search. Okay, are you all with me? Now, so reach is, I'm on Twitter and I've got say 800 followers on Twitter. Okay, so a tweet that I make can be seen by 800 people, correct?
Right.
Those who follow me and those who follow the people who are following me, based on the logic each platform has. So reach calculates this is potential reach. How many people would have seen this? So as you all know, social media, there are two kinds of people. There are people who talk and there are people who listen. And to every one person who has a point of view and expresses point of view, there are 100 or maybe even 1,000 who don't talk but who only listen, who listen at what is happening on that. You know, I want to buy a car, I'll go on Twitter or on this and check out what are people saying about it. And you know, you're not actually talking about, you're consuming the data. You go and put out a post saying that you had a bad experience with a particular airline. There are massive people who are watching that. One person has authored it, and it may even become a news article tomorrow. So so if person A, who has got 0 followers on Twitter or 10 followers on Twitter, to person B, who has got 1 million followers, who will have better reach? Obviously the person who has got more followers, correct? So that's how reach is calculated. So 255,000 mentions have happened with a potential reach of 16.74 billion. And now we did a quick sentiment analysis on that. 82% is negative. 82% are in India feeling negatively about this. And there is also a positive association of about 17.6%. Now, volume trend, if you look at it, this is only 24 hours, and I can make it for a longer duration and actually see how it fares in, which I will do in a while. What are the themes? What are they discussing in that? Can you see this wagon wheel here, the theme wheel?
Yes.
Now, this is automatically the AI engine has done that. I have not done anything. I've just put in the keyword and it is quickly giving me what is happening out there. What are the themes? World War III, Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russia-Ukraine crisis, NATO, India, what's happening with that? You quickly get a theme which is happening, what's happening on that. Which social media channels are having the highest mentions? Look at here, Twitter. Maximum action is happening on Twitter, followed by news, blogs, print, blog comments, forums, reviews, WordPress. Twitter, obviously, because as I said, most of it is public. And again, you look at here, which are the most important domains, probably non-Twitter, Google, MSN, India Times, you know, percentage change in mentions of the domains and distinct users. Now, 255,000 comments have happened, mentions have happened by 89,000 users. So you are having a research panel of 89,000 people in last 24 hours who are talking about this particular topic. Can you imagine the expanse of a research which is happening at this scale in this time period, in which is very, very dynamic? So 89,000 people you are looking at in this time period. And what are they sharing? The photo, link, video, GIF. You can also look at the content type that is happening here. Now, I want to see what are the positive conversations that are happening in this. Okay. Before that, I'll just go through some of the other things. This is a button content which tells me what is the most recent posts, most recent articles. It's generating as we speak. Just bear with me. There is the AI engine at work. Okay. So you see here, there are languages. Some languages I don't understand. I think this is Bangla, if I'm not mistaken. So it is picking up because I'm not restricted to only this thing. NATO ने यूक्रेन को लालच दिया, NATO ने रशिया को चिढ़ाया, अब घर में बैठकर आराम से तमाशा देख रहा है. I mean, look at the sentiment which is coming in there. History tells us the wars cause irreversible and unimaginable loss, civilians are killed, people are expressing. Okay, so this is how it goes on. This is the conversation stream.
Okay.
And again, and as I said, sentiment. Look at sentiment. Sorry.
Sir, am I audible? I just wanted to ask one question. Sorry to disturb you, sir.
Can you note down your questions, because
Sure, sir,
I'll
sure,
use the time, because I will lose the flow of the demo. So I'll come back to you
Sure, sir. Thank you.
and
Sir.
open it up for questions. You can start asking me questions. Okay. Is that okay?
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So what is the overall sentiment? 12,000 positive mentions, 170,000 neutral mentions, 59,000 negative mentions. This is the overall sentiment. Neutral mentions, I told you. And look at topic wise, popular hashtag Russia. And look at the negative sentiments here. 11,146 negative, 5,000 positive. Ukraine, Russia-Ukraine conflict, World War III. It is automatically giving everything to me. What are the popular hashtags? What is happening out there? And look at the word cloud. Now, word cloud again is a very interesting thing where it looks at the intensity of the word that has been used. The more intensely that particular word has been used, the more times the word has been used, the bigger will be the font size. Color doesn't mean anything in this word cloud, but look at the size of the word. Understand? The bigger the size of the word, the more that word is being used. So a word cloud just gives you what exactly is happening. How are the positive theme looking like? What is the negative mentions theme looking like? Okay. And then demographics. Which location? I mean, I'm obviously looking at within India. In this particular quick search, I may not look at which cities, but I'll show you the topic query where you can look at the cities where it is coming from. Male versus female, 161,000 mentions from male, 24,000. Again, this is all classified by the tool. And within that, the sentiment, positive, negative, and neutral. It's clearly visualized, color coded, everything's beautifully visualized. The data has been visualized. And so what it does is that it enables the user to start understanding that. You don't need to be, what I would say, a very highly qualified researcher to get a sense of what is happening. It will enable any user within the organization with access to this to get to know what's happening. As I said, the word that I use is democratize consumer insights to everybody in the organization who needs to know what's happening for the consumer. Because at the end of the day, organizations are working for consumers, right? And consumer, the better you know the consumer, the more the organization will be tuned to the consumer. Therefore, democratize voice of consumer in the organization. That's how these kind of tools can do. And also audience. Who are the top advocates? Who are the top detractors? Means who are talking positively, who are talking negatively. Again, going back to the sentiment, I just want to kind of click on this positive mentions and look at perhaps look at conversation stream of positive mentions. Let's see what are the positive mentions. What are people saying positively about this? And sentiment, we always need to take with a pinch of salt, because sentiment is the way the tool understands language, text mining, text processing. The way it does it is language algorithms. So there are obviously people supporting Russia. रूस का नुकसान होगा मगर सेना बहुत ताकतवर है. So it picks up the specific keywords. There is Russia, Mother Russia takes over for now. Obviously, there is support for Russia where it is coming in. And there is a tweet about this movie Valimai because they went to shoot out there. So it's picked up. So not everything is about the conflict. Anything that is mentioned. Now you can refine your query by eliminating, say, for example, you saw this Valimai. It is not relevant for us. So I want to take that out. I don't want to look at that. I only look at the conflict. You can start refining your query. There's a Marathi thing which is there here. So that's how you can look at the sentiment. Let's try and see negative sentiments. What are people saying negatively about conversation stream? Let's see that. So you see, it's very dynamic. It's very intuitive. These widgets are there. Obviously, you can export them as reports. Biggest mistake of Ukraine, they had the largest nuclear warheads, but they destroyed or promised due to the promises by them. Never trust anyone. It's picking up as negative. Again, how Russia has or US has not done their part. So clearly you're able to understand what is happening. So majority of India today is negatively looking at the at what is happening currently. So this is a topic level analysis. This is a quick search. Next, I want to do is that if I want to have a more refined understanding of what's happening, I want to have a one thing. Let me see if I can make it like last 7 days. I'm increasing the time duration. It was only for 24 hours. I am now making it for last 7 days. I can make it for month, 28 days. Let's see how is it for the last 7 days. It's pretty much changed. The same 84% negative, and it gives you the trend line. See, if you look at the trend line, the conversations have just peaked now. Can you see it here? In the last 7 days, the conversations have just peaked in the 24 hours. Last 24 hours is where the peak has happened. Or see, even if I want to look at, for example, last 60 days, let's see. Last 60 days, how has it been? See, last 60 days, the trend has completely picked up now. So this is how you can use quick search. Next, as I told you, I will explain topic analysis to you. Or say, before I go to that, so give me any brand that you want. Let's see what we can get. Give me any particular brand or anything that you want. Give me one nice option. I'll open it to the team. If I like something, I'll put that in. Give me some names, what you want to be searched upon. I did Russia. Give me some names. We'll do a live thing. There are 97 participants. Can you give me 1 or 2 names? You can switch on your mic and tell me 1 or 2 names. Hello, is anyone there?
So can we mention like a company's name or a brand or something like that?
Yeah. Give me the name. You want to do
McDonald's?
McDonald's. Okay. Great. Well, let's do McDonald's.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, McDonald's I'm doing.
Nike, Adidas.
I've done McDonald's. Okay. And I've put country India. Let's see what comes out of it. And we put timeline. Can you see the timeline? Last 60 days. My 45% negative, 55% positive, 18,041. Let's just look at the top line. How is it happening? There is something that happened here in this particular time where the mentions have really gone up, right? Let's see what happened then. I want to know what happened on that day when it was at peak. So I've clicked on it. I'm looking at conversation stream at that particular point of time. It's populating the data as I speak. They are picking up the thing, analyzing it. It takes time. Not too much time, I hope. Let's see what we get out of it. I'll eat a happy meal on TV if McDonald's accepts Dogecoin. This is the Bitcoin thing. Tesla charging, then allow those vehicle owners to pay in Dogecoin the way you had advised to McDonald's. Elon Musk. I recommend to all of you Metaloop. Okay. This is the first time that McDonald's on a global level have tapped into world of NFTs. So there is something McDonald's and NFT that happened at that time. And there is a massive chatter happening on that day. Yeah. The Dogecoin thing. Yushi is a good friend to you. Hey, McDonald's, you got the ice cream machine working yet? Someone had a problem at the ice cream machine. हमेशा ही सड़े फ्रेंच फ्राइज मिलने लगे हैं अब तो ऐसा तीसरी बार हुआ है. This is a user complaining out there. Yeah. Then somebody has a marketing proposal, and this is a very simple query. I am not at all built a comprehensive query. I'll show you how a comprehensive query is. That it's a very, very simple query of just that keyword being used. McDonald's is a real estate company. We are not the customers, but products. Franchisees are the customers. McDonald's competitism. You're not ready for this. Okay. Now you have got a sense of the conversation stream. Okay. Now I would want to see sentiment. Let's click on sentiment and see. Okay. Here there is McDonald's and negative. I want to see what are the negative mentions. I want to see the conversation stream. The conversation stream is building. Is it visible? Just let me know whenever it is not visible, because I may not get a sense of that. Yeah, so look at this. This is the negative sentiment. We called for fries, not flies. This is downright disgusting. Horrible customer care. McDonald's India. Look at this. And this has happened 13 hours ago. Can you see this? And that post has got a lot of traction. And this is in Bangla. I don't know what they're saying here. It's about coriander ice cream sundae. So some incident shootout happened in McDonald's drive-through. So it just picks up those words, shootout, negative, and it starts categorizing that. So, and let's see what are the positives. If what positives are there. I'm opening another conversation stream. This again is in, I think, Thai. See, take a look at this McDonald's Valentine's Day ad. That's a sure shot technique to get people's attention. Brilliant ads. They're talking about the ad. Something about, so there is a region that is coming in here of location where the location tagging is not picked in, and it is, this is all user declared. Okay, user has declared whatever look, American cheese, more like a glorified vada pav. The vada pav is cheaper and tastier too. Now see the irony of it. Is this a positive one or a negative one? This particular one, McDonald's American cheese supreme burger, more like a glorified vada pav. The vada pav is cheaper. Now the tool is not able to understand. It has picked up this word glorified.
Yes.
Correct? And categorizes as positive. But as we are reading it, we know that it is negative. Correct?
Yes, yes.
You can reclassify it. You can teach the tool that pick it up as negative. So you can train. See, basically this is a algorithm that is picking it up. Whatever you teach the algorithm, that will pick it up. You tell her. So sarcasm is always a challenge for tools to understand. Like say, for example, if you're looking at a television show or a movie and you say, I had tears in my eyes watching the movie. Is it positive or negative? Tell me, what do you think? Is it positive or negative? If I tweet, sorry. No, I'm saying that I had tears in my in my eyes watching this movie.
Positive. Positive.
Generally positive, right? Yeah. So, but it will take it as negative because tears is a negative keyword. The context will not be understood in some of the cases. Some of the cases it's very good, like as you have seen, it picked up very well. Some of the cases. So you have to take the sentiment, machine generated sentiment. You have to kind of double check always. And it becomes even more intense and complicated when it goes to languages, because Indian languages especially are still complicated for the tools to understand the sentiment part of it. It picks up the query, it picks it up, basic queries and all. That is where the analyst and his ability to define the query and how is he able to kind of help the algorithm learn becomes very important. Okay. So let's look at demographics. What can I know about demographics here? again, this will be limited because it's so male 12,000 authors and 2,000 plus female authors. Largely neutral. Negatives are higher as a share of percentage in male compared to female. Look at it. The data is just visualizing and telling you what is the story which is happening there, right? So audience, let's look at what's happening on the audience front. Who are the top advocates? Who are the top detractors? Who are talking positively? Who are talking negatively? It just gives you in a very, very quickly for brands to be able to act on. So this is the way you can do a quick search. Now I will go to the next topic, which is a topic analysis. Now, as I said, topic analysis can be a little bit more. You can do. I'm just picking up topics. I want to create the topic. So I'm looking at my topic dashboards. I want to analyze a particular topic. I have to create that. So I'm creating that topic. Okay, I want to create a new topic. So how do I do that? Okay. Add topic. Create an add topic. Give a topic name. I'll take, say, skincare as a topic. Okay. Or let me do, actually I'll do electric car. Electric car as a topic, and a query based listing location. So I'm just keeping it simple, query based listening, and I need to build the query now. So the query building is very simple. You can use electric car. I'll use quotes because I want specifically this to be picked up. Electric car. Okay. And I want to kind of say include nano in the Tata in that. Tata electric car. So I'll use Tata to that. Tata, done. And I want to say see, as I'm picking it, it's already showing me what is happening. Then I want to say electric car, and I want to say nano, MG. That's also a brand, right? So I want to look at what's happening on that. So I'm again creating a very simple query. I'll show you how complicated a query can be. This is then, and start fetching. Then next, this is how the topic looks. You can decide which channels: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Quora. You can limit it to any particular channel, but obviously there should be enough thing. Web sources, what all web sources? I'm just keeping it everything, but you can specifically look at a single source and you can do that. Traditional sources include, I don't have any first party data integration, so I will unselect that. No first party data integration because I don't have any proprietary. If I'm MG and I have some customer data, I can actually ingest that into the engine. Languages, I'm keeping it all. Country, I want to limit it only to India. Because again, we need to understand there is query, and if it consumes a lot of query, it's a money that needs to be paid out. India, I want to add India. Okay. So that's what I'm doing now. Okay, now I'm saving the topic. What is our topic name? Electric car, right? Okay, I am saving the topic. Let's just give it some time to fetch the data. Now I want to check what's happening on this. I'll go to topics. I'll go to the where I created the topic. I want to look at electric car. I've created so many topics here. I'm just looking at the topic that I have. Electric car. Okay, here is the topic, right? Here is the topic. Open dashboard. I'm clicking on open dashboard and it is giving me it's fetching the data. Now, what we did earlier was a quick search. This is a topic level analysis. Overall, this is last 120 days. Can you see here? Last 120 days on this particular topic, which is electric car and the query that we have built in. There have been 2000 mentions by 760 distinct users, giving a potential reach of 185 million. Compared to the previous period, the previous 120 days, it's a decline in reach. And this is the trend line of volume, how the volume trend line has been. Sentiment distribution, largely positive, some negative, you can see here. And it also gives you the themes. What are the top themes? If you look at here, the themes, Tata Motors, Maruti, electric car, Mahindra launches, it is covering various things and it is automatically classifying the themes, and you can pick up any theme and start studying deeper what is happening in that particular theme. And the sources, which social channels, news had the maximum share here. Twitter is second to that. This is within this. What are the key mentions which is being used? This is for own media, it's not relevant in this case. Then we look at trends. Let's see trends. This is a theme explorer, mentions trend. Reach and engagement, again not relevant for us. Reach and engagement is for the brands when they're earning. The topic theme, the top theme around this, if you look at here, Tata Nexon EV, MG ZS EV, MG Motors, Mercedes-Benz, Elon Musk. His comments and all have also triggered a lot of things. Popular hashtags, electric vehicles, electric cars, Tata Motors. Now, once you start seeing that, you can start refining your query also. Okay, these hashtags I can include further if something has been missed out. And this is a word cloud which gives you. Look at this, cost, charging, range. See, immediately you know what people are talking about. They're talking about range, they're talking about charging infrastructure, they're talking about the specific brands. You know what's happening in that thing. I'm confused, still don't know which category of used vehicles will dominate on Indian streets. This person, Ashwini Damani, has tweeted and that has got a lot of engagement. And Tata Nano, if it becomes electric car, somebody's talking about Tata Tiger electric car drive. This was a classic drive. It's all about meeting real EV owners. Their stories inspire more people to go for EVs, specific features. The more detailed your query can be, the more richer your insights can be. Sentiment. Let's look at sentiment. I want to see, say, for example, Tata Motors and what are the negative mentions. Let's see. What are the negative mentions? This is in Kannada, so I don't know what it means. This is also in Kannada. In Kannada. This is a language one. I don't know what means this one. Let me look at some other hashtag. Let me look at electric vehicles. Look at conversations. Also largely language. I'm just trying to look for something which is not. MG Motor India अगले साल उतरेगी 10-15 लाख की इलेक्ट्रिक कार. टाटा नेक्सॉन और टिगर ईवी को देगी टक्कर. So it is taken that, and it is taken that as negative. And MG is launching, and that's going to be a a big challenge for Tata. So you get a sense of it. Demographics. Let's see now demographics. Male versus female. Expectedly more male. Negative as a percentage is also more for male. Age group. Look at the age groups which are there. Uncategorized, which means they have not declared the age, so we don't know the age. But categorized, amongst the categories, 25 to 35, 35 to 60 are the two broad age groups that they have taken here. What are the general interests of the audience? The people who have spoken, their general interests. So you get an audience profile. And what are the niche topics of the interest? They talk about India, they talk about actors, actresses, tennis, cricket. So you start knowing your people who are talking about it much better at a group level. What are the languages preferred by the audience? English, Hindi, Marathi, Kannada, Tamil. So it based on that, and every topic it will change. What is the profession? Distribution of profession, author, student, associate, engineer. It's all picking up the data. What is the mention count across cities? Delhi 89, Bangalore 49, Mumbai 48, Kolkata 39. So you get a sense of where is this topic being discussed more, right? Now, if I were to try to look at this try to build this query, I try to do somewhere, build a more comprehensive query so that you get a sense of the query itself, how complicated the query can be. So this is electric vehicles as a category. I want to show you the query. So give me a second. Let me try to see if I have shared the query somewhere for you. I'll try to open the query so that you understand how the query can be written, how extensive it can be. Electric vehicle category. I want to edit the query. Okay. Next. See, look at this query now. I've included everything, whatever that could be possible, all the combinations of the query. And it's a Boolean query that you can, this is how the Boolean query looks. Or, and, you include, exclude. It can be as exhaustive, and the more detailed your query is, the better your focus, the results are going to be. It will be helpful to look at. So this is the electric vehicle query. So now I'll go and see what is the data that's giving me about it. I'll close this because we already done this McDonald's. So electric vehicles category. Yeah. So that was the query that you saw. And this is the kind of mentions that has had last 120 days, 170,000 mentions, 47,000 distinct users. Sentiment you can see. Within that, you can see the categories. Here now you see Twitter is maximum tweets, more than news. What is the trend of mentions by month? October, there has been a dip. But again, November and December, January, February, I am assuming October. You can do that. You can dig through, look at the conversation stream and say why the mentions have gone down in October. You can actually look at that. And probably, right now, I'm not doing the analysis. Probably it could be that, the third wave or may have come in, or the second wave may have come in, the peak of the second may have come in. And look at the word cloud and look at the topic wheel. Ather energy, obviously two-wheelers, the most spoken brand is Ather. Tata Motors is for the cars. For two-wheelers, Ather comes in very, very strongly. And you can start analyzing what is being sent within that. Trends. Reach and engagement, popular hashtags, electric vehicles, EVs, electric scooter. So a lot of conversations happening around that. I purchased a Tata Nexon EV for driving to nearby cities. It offers a very pleasant driving experience and particularly like the handling. It's clear why this is top selling EV in India. I'm proud of Tata Motors for delivering. Obviously a positive sentiment, which is there. Sentiment. You can see where you're getting the positive, negative. Cities. Mumbai has got maximum chatter. Obviously, we need EVs in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore. These are the places where EVs will be, adoption will be much, much higher. And you see what are the most prevalent user emotions associated with the topic. Can you see this again? And all happening through simple text mining. It is, the tool is doing this. Till now, I have not gone into taking the cuts of data and start studying it. Obviously, when you do that, but here is where the tool is structuring this thing so that your time is saved. Your organizing of the data part is done and you can then look at mining insights. What is the big insight that you can mine? Which I will try to explain to you in the 2 o'clock session, where I will try to walk you through some of the work that we have done and see how the insight mining happens in that. Demographics. Again, male is far higher. Profession by audience. Like this. Say, if I want to do, again, just to again leave you on the, to see how well it does. If I want to say skincare as a thing and just check what's happening on skincare. Last 60 days, 4.4 million mentions have happened on skincare. So much reach. I want to see the negative mentions. I want to see conversation stream, what's happening in that. Oh, did I apply a filter of India? I have not. Let me quickly apply a filter of India on this before we do. Add filter by country, India. I probably want to apply a filter of gender. I'll put female, apply filters. So 5,700 mentions, and this is the trend of mentions. And these are the themes that they're talking about. Skin, skincare routine, beauty tips, hair care, skincare products. And you start seeing what is the discourse which are happening here. Okay, and I want to see the negative conversations, and I want to see the conversation stream. What are the negative conversations happening in skincare? This is thigh, it's picking up. A lot of thigh suddenly. When will my ETPT brain fathom that expensive skincare does not negate dehydration water yourself? Okay. How much do you guys spend on your skincare? Who cares? So, and start picking up. More volume will come in. स्वास्थ्य के लिए फायदेमंद मुलेठी. Night skincare really draining. So that's how it's picking up. Body shaming is not only for plus size, it's also for scale, and about beauty and all, it's coming in. So you start understanding what are expensive skincare is such a hit or miss. I bought something for $80, trash, did nothing. Get a $20 item and I can literally see the difference while also mixing it. I need to understand that following a typical 3-step skincare routine won't do me any good. I keep skipping shower every other day. So you start understanding how the discourse is panning. So I think we are nearing the break. So I will stop here. And now I'll try to take questions for 5 minutes before we break, and then we can again regroup at the 2 o'clock session. Yes. Now we can have a few questions.
Sir, it will pick up from other language also. Suppose electric car, if it is in the Hindi also, it will pick up.
You saw it for yourself. It is picking up, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sir? Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, please.
Sir, like we are in whatever analysis we have done, we are taken a particular company or a particular thing which is quite famous right now. So if I enter a a topic like emotional intelligence, something like that, or artificial intelligence. So will it give results about that as well?
Okay. Let's see. Let me ask Sprinkler. Sprinkler G, what do you think about emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence, that's what you want to know?
Yes, sir.
I am asking Sprinkler about emotional intelligence. Let's see what it says. You got your answer? India female. I've put filters also. And look at the word cloud. Raising your emotional intelligence, communication skills, life. And there's a big boss conversation also where people are talking about that Wood IQ, but his EQ about the contestants. Perfect mixture of aggression. So obviously there's a lot of big boss conversations with emotional intelligence coming in here. You can select what you want. You want to analyze big boss or you want to look at raising emotional intelligence. You can pick that up. Raising emotional intelligence. And you can see the conversation stream, what people are saying about that.
Okay.
The real flex is raising emotional intelligence instead of raising your voice. And that's got a lot of retweets. So it's picked up all the retweets. Raising your emotional intelligence so that toxic people can't play mind games with you is the best feeling ever. Understand how it's coming in?
Yes.
It starts giving you the
Yes,
data
sir.
like that.
Got it. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions? What are your initial comments? What do you think about it?
It was so interesting, sir, to know about it. Very interesting. It was my first time that I have checking it out. Sorry, but it was so interesting that definitely very helpful.
See, the whole point is that it kind of the entire research approach. It kind of turns it around. You don't need to walk in with a hypothesis always. You start looking at the category and as I intend to show some of the examples in the 2 o'clock session, how we have done that. You start looking at it, let the data lead you towards knowledge or the insight. So,
True,
rather than let me not be limited to my questions.
Yes.
That's also very important. See, both are important. You need to have, if you know what you want to find out, you will be much more sharper in your process. And that's what is the whole, it's the research approach. Why we do literature study, and it's all very, very important. It saves you a lot of energy. But here what it does is that ultimately by the time you go on field, you're very, very focused. But here what it does is that it gives you a certain amount of freedom where you can start exploring, discover other associated themes, and let the data lead you towards that. But if you're structured, by the time you've formulated, okay, this is what I want to look at pollution, I want to look at air pollution, I want to look at whether air pollution is seasonal or not. It's very good. Having the hypothesis is also very good because it will help you steer your query and save a lot of time there. But even otherwise, so a mix of both is ideal. There is a hypothesis, there is data, and suddenly new things are coming up and you can include that and you will stumble upon insights where you've not. And that's the reason why organizations are finding it very, very powerful. to be able to do that, because it is giving quick insights. Like that McDonald's, the flies which has happened just right now. Imagine the crisis alarms that should have rung in McDonald's organization, where it has happened, what is happening. If it starts flying in, just imagine if you start seeing that McDonald's में fly say, अरे word of mouth कितना fast spread होगा, and you will think twice before ordering the fries in McDonald's if it really becomes big. And it has happened also. So once they did a campaign called McD Stories, okay, and they wanted that people should share. This is in my book, in the indestructible brand. The organization wanted McDonald's consumer to share stories of positive stories. How I met my girlfriend or boyfriend out at McDonald's, how my family's McDonald's, my son's birthday happens in McDonald's, all the McD stories they wanted. Instead, consumers started sharing all the negative stories. Suddenly, the purpose of the campaign went completely berserk, and this happened on that day when the campaign launched. You don't have the time to commission a research and come back and see what happened to my focus group and all. You can't do that. You have to look at it right then and there, and pull off your campaign or reduce the media weights on the campaign or take corrective action on that, like that. Okay.
And even it's like that you got a real problem driven solutions also, and the path it creates, that analysis, it creates a path for us, basically.
Absolutely. So if a researcher is hungry pursuit of knowledge, I think this can be a great way for us to explore, because I will not agree that social media is see, I keep hearing a lot of criticism for social media also. Say that trolls are there, it's motivated, ye to Twitter log hai, educated log hai. My challenge is that, and the way I've dealt with is that do the study and then do a focus group or do a normal research also and compare the results with a specific. बोलते ना, some brands say that कि मेरा audience अलग है, आपका social media audience अलग है. हम तो हिंदी GC audience का देख रहे हैं और हिंदी speaking markets में यूपी के tier 3 towns का देख रहे हैं, मगर आपका तो पूरा मुंबई दिल्ली वाले आ रहे हैं. That's the kind of a criticism sometimes comes in. My thing is that do both and check it out. So you will develop your confidence when you start using something, right? You will always have a certain amount of bias for or against something. It's always better to explore and figure it out. It works, it doesn't work. Anyways, I think we have hit the 1 o'clock timeline. So with the permission of Dr. Srivastava sir, we can, I will stop my session right now. We will continue at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Where I'll try to look at some of the case studies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, with very interesting live examples. And I request audience to come on time at 2 o'clock so that when you start, and it will continue till 2:45 maximum. So that we have a test at 3 o'clock. So we have to brief and then summarize. So that is the reason. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Suraj. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, you're muted, sir.
Good afternoon. It's already 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So I'll start.
So we will continue, and I'll just make 2 announcements. We'll be circulating the attendance sheet. So it will be done by Dr. Ubale. So please make sure that you fill up the attendance sheet. And Dr. Sharma will be finishing it hopefully by 2:45. And 2:45 to 3 o'clock, I'll just summarize what we learned. Actually, what I have learned, I'll summarize and you can add on. And then sharp 3 o'clock, we'll be having the test. So Dr. Ubale will be again uploading the test. And once you fill up the Google form test, you will come to know your result on the same day. So as you complete, don't be in a hurry to submit it. So please make sure that you take it your own time. It is 1 hour for 30 seconds, only 30 questions. So you have to get minimum 60%. So make sure that you study and then submit. And once you submit, then automatically you'll get the marks. So you'll know your marks on the spot. So that is the way we'll be doing it today. And I am very much thankful to you for your active participation. This program, which is yours, will be more useful if you ask as many questions as possible. Over to you, sir, Professor.
Yeah.
Surajji.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll share my screen. Give me a second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now, as I told you during the previous session, we looked at the hands-on live demo of the tool and how it, can be used, building a query, creating a topic, listening, what is sentiment, what is positive, what is negative sentiment, and what are the kind of details that we can get, and modern research as a framework, how is it helping organizations. So I would want to kind of walk you through some work in terms of how we mine insights. So there is data. We went through the world of data, how we can wade through the world of data, but now we'll try to look at how we can come to insights, actionable insights, as I would call it. Okay. Again, the rider is, this is very clearly every organization, they are looking at these insights so that they can immediately act upon that. So that's the way this data works. So I took up a kind of a category, edtech, which is quite hot. A lot of venture funding happening in this space. I said, let's look at what's happening in this space. So we looked at, all the players, at least the major players. There could be more, but these are some of the major players, at least having certain amount of visibility, ad spend, and scale. And we created a query around these edtech players. You have Byju's, An Academy, Vedantu, Topper, Khan Academy, QMath, and a whole lot of things. And we looked at the entire social media sources and created the query on Sprinkler. Try to look at, if you look at as a category, edtech is having about 2.1 million conversations. And this is if you look at year on year, edtech as a category has jumped in terms of volume of mentions. There has been a 180% growth in this category post pandemic. So if you look at, this is very, very significant. There is a jump in this entire category, interest in the category, and no wonder what is happening. So therefore, we try to take a deep dive on what's happening there. So if you look at overall as a edtech category, and we like to look at what are the themes which have been discussed. There are app reviews, various apps which are there, the edtech apps, their reviews, general brand related, campaigns and sponsorships related conversations, 289,000 mentions, controversies, 100,000 mentions, pandemic concerns, and therefore the app in the times of pandemic, about 100,000. Various government initiatives, 90,000, and startups funding, and all the news related to that, about 84,000. This is the overall themes that were there. Further deep diving into An Academy per se, if I were to look at just one player, An Academy, An Academy has got 429,000 mentions compared to Byju's, which has got 287,000 mentions. So whereas both have grown almost 4 times. If you look at here, Byju's and An Academy, in terms of 2019 to 2020, there is phenomenal growth. I think everybody had growth, but these two have had tremendous amount of growth, including White Hat Junior. So that is the players, and you get a size of scale of players from a consumer speak perspective, not based on how much venture funding one has got or how much revenue it is earning, but from a consumer perception in terms of how much they are speaking about. That's how this actually gives you share of voice, of consumer share of voice. And if you were to look at, compare An Academy with Byju's, look here, category wise category. For An Academy, campaigns were the biggest driver. So their advertising is getting their maximum chatter. Whereas Byju's app reviews is getting the maximum chatter, 106,000 reviews, which is only third for An Academy. General brand related, more or less second for both of them. And customer complaints is again another big point for An Academy. Whereas for Byju's, it is their controversies, and even for an academy which is there. And then we looked at quarter on quarter, quarter 2 2020, quarter 3 2020, quarter 4 2020, quarter 1 2021. If you look at these 4 things which are there, and looked at the themes in terms of resources, teaching quality, pricing, language, doubt resolution, app crash, learning as fun, data consumption, login issues, cross-device performance, customer care, and search, content search, discovery. So if you look at it here, these are all the themes. Teaching quality, pricing, and language are the ones where there is a spike. There is a big spike in the last quarter, quarter 1 of, for the period of the study. Just 1 second. And if you look at within that resources and teaching quality, you can take a minute and read. I got very good speed when I attended the quiz. Really like it so much. Nice for test and quiz. Where are live quizzes? They suddenly disappear. Kindly bring them back in an academy app. This is very good app because of the quiz. I very appreciate. It's very easy to learn and quiz. So quiz as a resources. Resources are getting a lot of chatter there. And then teaching quality. Wow, that's awesome app. It's so good, teacher. It's really an excellent platform for studies. The master teachers here are so excellent that they make your study more easier for you. I really love this app. App as an educator. Not good app. Rates are too much. Comparing grade up, and no IT students are teaching, and grade up having all IIT faculty. Pricing and language, another theme which is there. Not able to download lecture. Sometimes download stuck at halfway. Sometimes after download. Cheap, pathetic, only looking for money. It is too expensive. Language. The English courses which are available in them are really helpful to my study. Okay. I like this app. It's helping me to know more about subjects like English, but I'll give on this app is just 3 stars because the problem is I can't take a picture on it. I like this many options for languages like Marathi. It's a worst app. I asked a question more than 37 hours, so no one replied. I don't know why each language, I just got the answer and I don't know which language. It was, why don't you just add a function of language translator in the app? It is such a worst app. So language has become another issue. So we try to look at further, by the platform, by each of these, sorry. Yeah. So by teaching quality, if you look at Unacademy has the maximum chatter around teaching quality. But if you look at, just 1 second, I'm trying to, doubt resolution, then DoubtNet has got maximum chatter, and Byju's has got maximum chatter around languages. And in pricing, again, Unacademy has got a fair amount of share out there. So you start understanding which factor, which platform is dominating the conversation. Similarly, if you look at themes and sentiments, top positives, teaching quality, there's a lot of positives around that for Unacademy. Top negatives, app crash of Unacademy is getting a maximum chatter. And also pricing. Pricing, there is both positive and negative because some people find the pricing to be good. Some people find the pricing to be expensive. Further, on pricing, see, look at this. Good, affordable, and here's a waste of money. Subscription. I'm too poor to afford subscription. Please provide me free subscription. It is very costly. 91,000 for 2 years for UPSC. In coaching also, it is not that much. I live in Pune and academy here also charge less than this price, and it's worth it. So basically, you are getting two sides of the story. Who are the ones who are finding it pricing is affordable? Maybe IIT coaching, UPSC coaching, they are not finding it affordable. You will try to start getting insights like that. So themes of conversations around pricing, if I were to kind of categorize, plus and iconic subscriptions are not worth the money. Some feel teaching method is not building concepts. Similar content is available for free. Others say that language options are promised but not available. Free users complaint. Some complaint of lack of free video or practice tests. So these are the free guys. There is always has got a free version. So they want more content to be there before they get into the paid version. Some feel the app is expensive and experience is not worth it, especially with doubt clearing, content, technical glitches. And subscription cancellation. People complain of lack of refund options when they wish to cancel subscription. So for all the chatter that is there, these are the 4 big points that the brand needs to take on and decide what they want to do with that. And resources, positive mentions and negative mentions. Positive is that the study material is very good. The platform and the videos are very good. Negative is that some of the PDFs, they're not able to download. I'm not able to download my classes from last 4 or 5 days. My syllabus is not completed and my preparation is stuck. I contacted learner support 3 times, but get no response. I wasted my money. Why are you removing Gaurav Verma, sir? He's the best teacher of physics. See, very clearly on the resources front, it's clear points are coming out. So if we again look at the 4 buckets around resources, issues in quizzes, mock tests. Some say there are many technical glitches while attending quizzes. There are wrong answers or out of syllabus questions. Content visibility on screen. Many slides cannot be viewed. Completely refresh or fade away too soon. They're not there on the slide for long enough for people to absorb that. Syllabus is left incomplete. That's another big complaint. Navigation and search related. People feel searching and navigating through content is tricky and there's no way to bookmark or change the subject. So you see now it's clearly coming out into the level of actionable information for the brand. One second. Okay, so again, therefore, if you were to look at the evolution of modern research, if I were to compare traditional research to this modern research, traditionally research has been a siloed department. Within organizations, it could be a market research function or a consumer insights team, which is one siloed team which is there. Compared to modern research, as I explained in the first session, there are so many stakeholders who are involved in that, right from legal to marketing to CEO's office to the insights team, and democratization of voice of consumer is happening. Therefore, it is the research output is embedded within the brands and business units. Traditional research methods, focus groups, consumer home visits, email surveys, telephone, polling, direct mail, all these things can happen. Modern research, insights are derived from largest repository of public data due to partnerships data. You saw this, right? Now, billions of conversations, we are mining them. We're not asking them any questions, but we're just silently, quietly listening and trying to mine our insights. Research reflects the time period in which it's conducted. If you look at traditional research, whenever you do the research, the input that you're getting, the output you're getting is reflective of that particular time period. But in a fast changing world, suddenly now Russia invasion has happened and so many things are dynamically changing there. In so many contexts, things are changing there. But by the time you commission, go back, do research and come back, things are already changing. Therefore, you need something which is much more forward looking, in the moment and actionable. That's what modern research does. And the context for traditional is, we know what we want to know. Your hypothesis, your research questions will be that's the starting point for you, where you're going to start off. But as I told you, in modern research, we start from, we don't know what we don't know. And therefore you start going in and you start finding out those specific light posts and start taking on and build your thing. As you've seen in the Unacademy thing also, we just started with the research, but we came out with the 4 or 5 specific problem areas. Again, input, open-ended or closed questions. You are asking the questions, but in modern research, you are not asking any questions. The user, they are the moment of truth, consumer moment of truth, where they are talking amongst each other or with the brands, and that's how you are processing that. Engagement. Research is primarily an input to business decisions in traditional, but here engagement is inbuilt, as we have shown you in the sprinkler tool itself. The moment you see something which is relevant to your brand, you can actually engage the customer also from the same interface. So you're not only knowing what is happening, but you have an option to engage as well. See, cost, I think it's twofold. While I say this is greatly reduced cost, but at the same time, there is an investment in when you make in a tool like this. But if a large organization which has to conduct so many research tasks at this scale, it will be a significant cost to do traditional research. But once you have input, once you have access to a tool like this, your costs are greatly reduced, and AI powered automation, it powers your insights and your analytic teams. So that is where the evolution of modern research has been. I think I have time for one more quick case study, which I would walk you through. Now, we try to look at air pollution and the Indian consumer. How, like last session, somebody asked emotional intelligence. How do I look at that? But if I were to look at pollution as a keyword, and if I were to drill down at some level of what's happening in the Indian context, how will we go about with that? So we looked at the time period June 19 to June 20. June 2019 to June 2020. What is India talking about? This is a conversation bubble. What is happening in India? Bollywood, about 38-40 million conversations. About Indian government, about 21 million conversation. Sports, 22 million. Environment, 18.5 million. COVID, 33 million conversations. And that was only a brief 3-month period. COVID conversations are. So our interest is the environment, 18.5, because we are studying pollution. So we zeroed in on those 18.5 million environment conversations. And then we try to look at what are the buckets within that. As you start analyzing it, what are the different themes within environment? What constitutes the environment for Indian audience? There is wildlife, natural disasters, pollution, green cover, sustainability, climate change. This is how we have bucketed the thing. And within pollution, there is air pollution, there is water pollution, and there is plastic pollution. Sentiment is negative, expectedly 56%. And pollution is almost 2.5 times more than climate change. So in India, while whole world talks about climate change, in India, what is highly relevant is pollution. That is again another thing that comes out if you were to kind of compare India with the world. Air pollution, India. So I said, from environment, we came into pollution. From pollution, we want to study one theme, which is air pollution. So discussions around air pollution have steadily grown over the past 4 years. Look at this. Look at the volumes which are happening. And there is also a seasonal pattern. And there is also a seasonal pattern. If you look at this September, November, it always peaks around this time. If you look at this time series, look at this. It always peaks. There is always a peak relatively. Compared to the rest of the year, September, November is this period is where there is always a peak. Okay, and the sentiment over a period of time has changed to more negative, calling for urgent and action oriented. It was 36% in 2016. By 2020, it has become 64% negative sentiment. See, so that's how we start understanding how the issue is growing, how there is a certain seasonality to this issue. And within the country, geographical distribution, if I were to look at where is happening, and what we try to do is an interesting exercise where we try to look at the PMI data, Central Committee, Central Control Room for Air Quality Management. They release a pollution, the data which is there, the PM range. So we tried to correlate the social chatter with that data, and what the trend that is coming through is that states over-indexed on air pollution chatter tend to have more polluted cities, except Karnataka. Karnataka is not, it doesn't have that higher amount of chatter compared to their indexation. Social media mentions about air pollution and pollutant levels in the atmosphere are fairly correlated in most cities. So wherever there is high pollution, there is high chatter. That clearly is a trend that's coming in. Look at the pollution level, and the peak of pollution and the chatter pollution both are happening at the same time. If you look at it, that's also another trend that you can observe from this. Are you all with me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes.
The challenge is that you're talking to a screen, so sometimes it's better keep checking whether people are there or you lost the connection somewhere. Okay. A glimpse into the consumer mind pre-COVID-19. 21% of air pollution conversations revolve around the contributing factors. Pre-COVID research indicated low personal culpability, and people felt that the onus lies with the government and key decision makers to mitigate hazards of air pollution. Before the pandemic happened. So vehicular emissions, industrial emissions, construction, deforestation, crop burning. These are the causes, again coming through from social chatter. Everything coming from that, from social chatter. We are being led by that, where we are getting to. Again, source distribution, construction, look at the distribution of construction chatter, and look at the distribution of the crop burning chatter. So crop burning chatter expectedly very high, Haryana, Delhi, Rajasthan. Interestingly, Karnataka also a lot of chatter is happening from there. Maybe they are more socially aware, though they may not have a crop burning direct thing. But if I were to look at construction versus crop burning, I would have expected Karnataka to have more construction related chatter and less of crop burning, but it is the opposite out here. And if you were to look at deforestation versus vehicle emissions again, Delhi expectedly is high. Bangalore, the Karnataka is also very high, showing the severe the urban pollution and due to vehicle emissions are becoming a problem. And if you look at deforestation, again north is higher, but the chatter is fairly distributed. And if you were to look at the theme on industrial, again you got pretty high chatter from Haryana and followed by Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, the industrial pollution. Again, there's a clear trend that's coming in where people are talking. Then further drilling this further down. So 13.5% of overall conversations on air pollution are around the harmful effects of pollution and the impact on human health. Look at the way now it is, the air pollution theme is happening. Illness is becoming the big one. Respiratory issues, 24% respiratory issues. Eye irritation, nausea, 8.2%. Carcinogenic, 7.8%. Skin issues, 2.1%. Having lots of research and proper research is different. Still, there's no way to measure the role of air pollution. Someone dying of respiratory failure may have underlying conditions. How many dead bodies are subjected to postmortem for research work? It's very urgently needed. Otherwise, pollution air quality index will force us to fall sick and unhealthy. So the seriousness of the issue is coming through now. Lockdown diaries. If you were to look at the consumer chatter during the lockdown, what has happened in lockdown? If you can recall, suddenly people were working from home, roads became empty. They were I'm sure you might have seen those images of animals walking on the roads and all. Himalayas being seen from a faraway place, and all those videos and memes got circulated. Remember? Lockdown diaries. So it gave people a fresh take to look at this entire environment and pollution from a fresh lens. So living in harmony with nature is the quarantine silver lining. That's what people expressed. A sense of disbelief and wonder has been articulated the potential of polluted cities to function as a showcase of nature's vibrancy. How nature is getting the balance restored. Automatically, the balance is being restored by the nature, and people are sharing the images of clean cities, clean air. About 18% of air pollution conversations were during the lockdown were about this: clear skies, moment to reflect and introspect. People acknowledge and reflect on the impact on environment. So look at this thing. Clean air, lots of flowers, new species of birds are seen, and boldly approach my balcony for water that I keep for them. Coal shifted in a tree in front of my house mid-May, and temperature still below 40. A shrub behind my house has been occupied by over 100 sparrows. Look at the positive way in which people have started looking at, while overall pandemic conversations are a different picture, but if I were to only take from a air pollution lens, this is how it is revealing it. People also express their happiness at the improved air quality due to quarantine restrictions, and some have voiced out they should continue to commit towards decreasing air pollution even post lockdown. So people have realized it is possible. Otherwise, people never felt there was any hope, especially in large cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi and all. It was a given up cause, but suddenly there is hope, there is positivity, and there are campaigns happening demanding government to put measures to ensure PMI levels are regulated. Saal Bhar 60 started by one activist. She started Saal Bhar 60 as an activist, saying that throughout the year we can keep it at less than 60. The pollution measure. People discuss the intensity of growing air pollution in the country, emphasizing on different steps to improve the air quality, including cleaner alternatives like e-vehicles and cycles, which contribute to zero air pollution. And as it happens, we were discussing e-vehicles, and there's so much of emphasis coming on e-vehicles. Combining with it, if you were an e-vehicle manufacturer and you look at this coming through here, you know how you will market, right? Your marketing emphasis will be more on the how much you are going to save the environment by switching to e-vehicles, if you were to look at this insight. And that is the power of this insight. That's how it can shape. And pretty much if you look at some of the communication messages of Tata and all, they are talking about this, how electric is green. A post-COVID dystopian future seems imminent as compared to a fantasy-like scenario, and people are waking up to the fact that they need to leave a healed earth as their legacy for future generations. People discussed how it's like smoking 20 cigarettes or 30 cigarettes a day, just breathing air in the city that you're, city like Mumbai you're living in. These stories start narrating the popular discourse and starts getting into the social awareness. But if government or advertisers are conscious, they'll be able to build the purposiveness in their communication or take measures which are in line with what people are looking at. Hope is expressed that revival of nature continues to post the outbreak, stems from optimism around collective efforts to maintain the environmental gains from realization of self as a contributing factor to pollution. And even if you look at Google search trends for sustainability, it's on a raise. Those conversations are, the people are looking for alternatives. So anyway, so those were some of the highlights. I want to kind of throw it open for questions now, because I'm sure you have a lot to see. So you can ask questions. I'm also going through the comments if there is anything which is there. I don't see any relevant question in this, but you can ask me questions if you have. Open for questions.
Sir,
yes, please.
sir, as you rightly said, there was a vast majority who was in fact only listening and they are not speaking. So when we analyze, can we generalize?
Okay. When we analyze, can we generalize? Okay. So good question. The point is that when you do any research, when you do traditional research, how many people do you speak to?
Maybe a sample.
How many? 200, 300, 500, 1000, 2000, 3000, correct?
Yes.
Aren't you generalizing?
It's some gimmicks, yes, sir.
Exactly. But when you are and then there is a selection bias. You are recruiting your respondents.
Yes.
Can you be any research? Can you be 100% sure that there is no selection bias?
No, sir.
And secondly, researcher, the questions itself might influence the one who is answering, right? The way you frame your questions.
Exactly.
Correct? So all these are challenges in your traditional, in our traditional research. Of course, we have the guardrails, we have enough knowledge, learning which has been there, which helps us make it as closer to reality as possible. But when you are doing this, are you asking any question? You're not asking any question. Are you selecting the respondents? You're not selecting the respondents. You're looking at the entire universe of people, and you're looking at large samples of data. If you're looking at that, when you look at 350,000 conversations, people are doing that. It's a massive scale, right? So 350,000 versus 2,000, there is a higher chance that the selection bias to an extent may get addressed. However, your respondent profile, like say for example, when you're selecting 300 people, you can select exactly the age group, the demographics, whatever you want as per that, the location, everything. But here you are not doing that. Here, whoever is there, that's coming in. Then you can look at the profile of audience, how representative is to the target group that you're looking at. The more representative you feel it is, and even if it is a little bit far away from that representativeness because of the because of the size of the the set that is coming in, and because of the very fact that this is the moment of consumer truth when they are expressing what they are feeling, not to not to tell you or not to for any specific purpose. There is a larger amount of chance that it is actionable, as you have seen in these cases. But as I said last time also, you need to kind of develop faith in this. So to start with, I always advise organizations to kind of do hand in hand. Ye bhi karo, wo bhi karo. And I've seen organizations over a period of time have cut down as much as 80 to 90% of their traditional research budgets, because yahan pe ho raha hai, without a study, real time, it is saving my time, it is giving me efficient, and it is giving me at scale, and it actually tallies with my specific focus group or specific CHVs, consumer home visits, that they're doing. So that's a faith that a researcher starts developing as you start using it. But having said that, traditional research is not going to go away. It's got its own place and importance and criticality. But this is becoming all pervasive, and due to the advantages that I've said, it's easier to do and quite actionable. And in the moment, you can do studies on an ongoing basis. What has happened to McDonald's pre-campaign last week versus today? Or how is the show, which is like running 7 days a week, episode 1 to episode 7, how has the social chatter changed? You can get it real time, start knowing what is happening on that. Or within the show, at what particular moment conversations are changing, which character is getting better chatter as a storyline is changing, as dynamic as that, as real time as that it can be. Yeah. Any other questions? So I'll share another video with you because we have some time, and professor has asked me that till 2:45 we need to do. I'll try to share one more video for you. You can see that. 1 second. Let me optimize my sound. Yeah. You able to see my screen? So, how a consumer organization can actually, imbibe this entire modern research in the organization, place it there to be able to do consumer insights as well as, say, for example, crisis management. And see, again, to give you an example, Brahmastra, how many of you seen the trailer of Brahmastra? Can I have a, can you raise your hands or do something just to check the participation? Have you heard of Brahmastra? Okay. Okay. Fine. So we wanted to see what's happening with Brahmastra, the trailer, how people are. Great. I see quite a few people have seen it. Great. So kind of look at the sentiment around the trailer. What is the buzz? How do I compare with other reviews which have been there? And what could be the insights? So they've been 84,000 plus mentions, 62,000 retweets, and 24,000 distinct users talking about it. And you look at the timeline also. Motion poster launch, when the launch happened for the other languages, how the chatter went on. So you can get a clear sense of it, and you will see the comparison, what has happened day 0 to day 42. Obviously, the chatter for the other movies is much higher because they were closer to release dates. Brahmastra release is going to happen much later, in 6 months down the line. But you look at Lakshmi and all, 83 and all, the release date was very close. Maybe exception could be RRR, which is again very high chatter. Then sentiment. Okay, one thing I didn't cover for you, which I think I should cover, is there are two ways you can look at sentiment. Overall sentiment, which comprises of positive, negative, and neutral. And I explained to you what is positive and negative is that. But if you were to just look at the sentiment as in only between positive and negative, only this 34 and 4%, that becomes your 100%. Therefore, your net sentiment, which is only positive and negative, there's no neutral in that, will be 89% positive and 11% negative. That's how you read the sentiment of the overalls, because 62% have not expressed any sentiment. They were just, sharing the news, or they've been very neutral. Of the people who have expressed sentiment, then net sentiment. So that is the difference between net sentiment and overall sentiment. So then we picked up a specific sample within the thing. You can download this data. You can download all the mentions which are there. You can download and actually manually go through. As I told you, there are some challenges with machine generated sentiment. So sometimes you would want to do manual tagging of sentiment. So which you can do also. You can read through and re-tag it as positive or negative. So when manually it was done, the net sentiment rose to 18%. From what was 11%, rose to 18%. And look at the positive chatter themes. What were the positive chatter themes which are there? Launch events, Ranbir, Alia, Rajamouli launching the South one. All these were the budget, the VFX, and what were the negative chatter? Some people didn't like the VFX in the motion picture. So this can be given as an actionable insight to the team. Like, when you're focusing the next thing, give more focus on the VFX while people are responding to that, because expectations are different. They're comparing to other movies, and therefore, how do you address that? So I think we are running on time. So I'll kind of, and even regional language. Somebody was asking about language, right? You can look at Telugu, Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, all the chatter which is there. Obviously, you will need some person who knows, because some of the content which has been expressed in the local language can only be understood by the person who knows that, the nuance of that. So analysts have to have that understanding. Machine can do only that much. Machine cannot translate everything and give you the full. They may do sentiment classification. They may do the theme classification, but the nuancing will always require to be in the. So lastly, quick quiz, just to sum up on what we had. Why do brands need social media listening? To respond to their customers, to monitor reputation, to gather industry insights. What do you think?
All the above.
Areva, very good. What tool can we use for social media listening? Can you use Google Analytics? Did I talk about Google Analytics?
Sprinkler.
Sprinkler is one. I told about one more tool.
Yeah.
Brand watch.
Correct. Tableau is more in terms of analytics and visualization, but it will not fetch social media data itself. Whereas Brandwatch and Sprinkler can fetch social media data also. So that's about the session. More questions, please. I've got 4 more minutes. How many of you have heard about Sprinkler before this session?
First time, sir. First time.
Okay, great.
I have just heard about it, but I don't know. I have never explored it. Today was the first day when I came to know all the details.
Okay, great. How many of you are on Twitter, by the way?
Yeah, a lot. Me.
But how many of you, if you are on Twitter, do you tweet on Twitter, or you are a silent observer?
Silent observer.
Yeah. So that's the whole point, because see, and which is the reason why, while the number of people all on Twitter are just say about 1.75 crores as per Government of India. But what happens is that these are influencers. People who are on Twitter are the high spenders, are the influencers, and the traditional news media today, they are picking their news stories from there. Social media is a source from where even the traditional media is picking up their news stories. Opinions are being mentioned out there. It is shaping the narrative. That is the reason why this becomes very, very important. And if you look at it world over, social media has been more or less an accurate predictor of even which government is going to come back in power. The governments which have done exceedingly well on social media tend to be the ones who are winning the mainstream elections. So that can tell you the representativeness of social media data. That should kind of arrest any of those questions one may have about applicability of this data. It's just that many people, not just academic, but even in many of the organizations, they're not familiar with this. The complexity, AI, the technology, they see it very technical and kind of deters it. But the point is that the ones who have embraced it are actually finding it very useful, and they're scaling up their efforts in that space. So I know the tools are very expensive, but I think it's a great opportunity for academics to kind of interface with these tools, and also the tools should look at some way to work with academic faculties on this, because it can open up a lot of avenues to expand on the existing knowledge. That's the long and short of it. Any other questions, please?
Can we get a free link, sir?
I'm sorry. No, they don't give. They're very focused on corporates. You got all the big brands using that, McDonald's, Coke, and global brands. So, which is what I'm saying. No, it's just sad that these tools are not looking at academic as an opportunity for them. But I would suggest you should take it up with the tools directly, Sprinkler, all these guys, and start telling them, it's an academic use case, and you should start talking to that. It's very expensive. These tools are very expensive. Even the mentions that we draw, they are extremely, a million mentions would cost anything upwards of $4,000, $5,000 to draw out of the system to be able to do that. So that's the reason why only the organizations with big research budgets are able to utilize that. But there is a use case, but you should explore. You should explore other tools. And Dr. Srivastava, sir, he shared a free tool also in his speech on day one, and you should take on sentiment that he spoke about. You can take a look at his lecture and maybe get the reference of the tool also and explore what can be possible. They may not have a user interface, that may not have a user interface, or they may not have some of the capabilities that these kind of tools have, but at least they may give you a you can at least start off with that. That could be an opportunity. Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
Sir, as per we see it as an academic purpose, that for research articles and publications, we also see that what I felt today, that modern research is completely going different from traditional one, that we are using complete format for that. Do you think that through this we can go for theory building scenario and all?
Absolutely, you can do that. You can do your theory building, your hypothesis, your research questions, identifying your research questions. You can do this. You can use this as a great secondary research. I mean, to begin with, I personally believe that it's as good as a primary research, but I understand that the current academic construct, the way thesis committees, research committees work, they may not be familiar, and
they are following a proper structure in structured manner. If they see that somebody is going
so it's going to be difficult. It's going to be uphill. You will not be able to change that thinking. It will take some time.
Yeah.
So therefore, I would suggest that use this to form up your hypothesis, your research questions, so you can sharpen that part of the bit. And then also maybe you can use it as secondary research to begin with in the current academic construct. Hopefully, at least some parts, some of the bigger universe, some of the other academic places and all may start seeing a change soon on this. Because see, if you look at government, government political parties have funded extensively and they created their own war rooms to be able to track on this. Budgets are being spent by companies. They are making products. They are making their campaigns. Political governments are being elected with this data in the background. So it's high time that, the rest of the world wakes up to it.
True.
But, you can't fight with the system in one go. You should see what is the best thing. I think, these kind of sessions that we are having, Dr. Srivastava sir and SIMSREE and the ATAL team for the initiative. But this is starting, it starts opening up, right? Change will happen. Gradually it will start happening. Usage should happen. Academics start using, there should be more papers presented. Then people will start seeing the light of the day. Today, sir, Dr. Murari sir also spoke about the paper that was done.
And then research would not be for the sake of research.
It is, see, I firmly believe insight has to be actionable. If an action has not been taken on an insight, it's an insight which is lying, it's a knowledge which is not found its purpose. The great work that is happening on the academic space today, I think the entire corporate world or even the rest of it can actually start using it in a massive manner. If it becomes much more actionable in time, timeliness. If you tell me when I'm about to launch a new product or a campaign, you should come and tell me the insight, then I'll be able to use it. But if you come back after a year or 2 years and tell me what happened as a postmortem, it's good to know, but it's not, it sometimes may not be actionable. I'm not saying that there is a lot of academic research which is brilliant, which is actionable. They are very well tied up with corporates and governments, they use it. It's happening, but I think the scale of adoption can increase even more.
If there is no question, then thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for giving very nice presentations. And there are some free software available. If you see the handouts on day one or two softwares are available where you can use the the qualitative analysis. So thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So it is time for me to summarize what we learned for 5 days, and also by 3 to 4, Dr. Ubale will be taking over and he'll be circulating the questionnaire to all of you. It is simple Google form questions which you have to fill it up, and once you click the button submit, then you can't do it again. And so be careful while clicking the submit button. The time duration is strictly 1 hour. Actually, you could do it within half an hour, but they have given you the the 1 hour. So please make sure that you click the right button. Now let me summarize what we are talking about. One is there has to be what I learned, that the difference between qualitative research and the quantitative research I learned, because qualitative research is basically understanding of mind, and qualitative research is basically a numerical one. So this is what I have learned from this. The other aspect is that is the publication and scope of qualitative research is also very important. So because the qualitative research papers are normally I may be biased, but there's a little biased opinion maybe, but the qualitative research are very difficult to publish unless you try to publish in a specific qualitative journal. But if you can combine qualitative and quantitative research, then the publication chances go up. This is the second learning I have learned. There are the scope to make an effective qualitative research combination with the quantitative research to make the paper more publishable material. So this is what I learned. Focus interview can be quantified. Earlier, if you recall, we were doing focus interview based on, the notes and, the suggestions, but now it can be quantified using the, with the help of SPSS or rank test or factor analysis. And that is the precursor of the, formulation of the questionnaire. That's very, very important point, which I was learning for me. The projective approach was made simpler, and I learned especially the case study methodology in promoting a particular brand, especially from that may be useful to me in my consulting work. The observation study, for an example, it was also mentioned that can be quantified. And so all these points, what I have learned that instead of going in a traditional manner of writing qualitative research and then quantitative research, the qualitative research can be quantified, and that will add values to the research paper. The sixth point was that data cleaning. Data cleaning by is also very important, and JAS is the other software which has been made simplified, and logistic regression, which is a little confusing but was made very simpler by Dr. Nirmala Joshi. And the ethnography, which is a very interesting area, and it was very, very clear that if you want to do ethnography study, you have to spend some time with the family, at least for 7 to 15 days. Normally, there's an understanding that, if you take the photographs of different people in different situations, you can do that, but it is not the case. That is the standard benchmark. It is useful in interpretation. Atlas TI, which is what I learned, is very useful tool, and you can start the Atlas TI with the interpretation, understanding of the same, and then it is a very useful tool, and you can get it 7 days or 10 days. It is available free, and then before my understanding that if I am ready with the data or some concept is clear, and if I got everything downloaded, made a text of the same, if I'm doing videographic analysis, then I can download Atlas TI and use the data for the analysis. This is very, very important. Then the another important point is that the time series for the case study was something new to me, which I learned, and which will definitely add values to the same. Then the ninth point which I learned is the format of writing quality research paper, which I must emphasize that each journal has got different style of writing. So it is better to understand the format for quality research paper writing by studying the format, the guideline given by the journal if you want to publish. The sentiment analysis, was very well explained by our last speaker, and feelings are becoming important. And in fact, that is very, very important tool to analyze in today's environment. In fact, social media is becoming very, very important, as our population of 67% of the population are the 35 and below. So it is better to give some focus on this area. Then the QR quality research importance in applied research is gaining acceptance. So if you really want to do some consulting work, just try to develop some of this software which was taught today, which will be of great help to us. So this is my suggestion and my learning on this program. So only 4 minutes are left. So over to Dr. Ubale, if you can take over and try to conduct the test, or if you can explain the format. This is in Google form. The whole test is in Google form, and you have to only click. The objective questions are there. The answers are there. You have to choose the right answer and then click. And nothing great we are talking about. Only my suggestion to you is that please don't click for a sake of clicking. Think, because you have to get 60% marks, and you will know the marks immediately. If you want to add, if you have any issues, you can message to Dr. Obale, and he'll be able to solve your problem. Let me see if Kalgi, what is the Kalgi's query? Let me check. If she has any query, you can ask, madam. Or you have raised your hand by mistake. Hello? Dr. Ubale, you're there? If you can circulate it, sir. Yeah. Dr. Ubale, will you circulate it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please fill the.
Yes, sir.
You're done.
Circulate.
Yeah, circulate. So my humble request, please take your time and just fill up the thing. And I'd like to thank you once again for your participation and your active participation. And we look forward for your continuous support in future. Let's be in touch so that we can do active research. Again, humble request, if you are interested, you can participate in our 9th Asia Pacific Research Conference. Last date for acceptance of abstract is 8th of March. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. And don't worry about the test. And the link will close at 4 p.m. sharp. It is specially made for you, and you will know your marks immediately, sir. All the best for the exams. And I'd like to thank AICT also for doing, and I'm very happy that all of you like the program very well. Please make sure that you by today or tomorrow evening, you upload your feedback, otherwise you'll not get the certificate from the AICT. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello. Has the test link been sent already? Got it. Thank you.